With this series spanning about a year, 1905 and 1906, I knew that one of the books was going to end up in San Francisco. And it was just too much having Charles from the first book, A Match for Maud, having a friend in San Francisco, we just had to have them go there for a wedding trip. And being there in April would be beautiful. It's lovely. I lived in San Francisco myself on the island of Treasure Island for 2 years. I went to high school in San Francisco, and so I'm very familiar with the city and with the streets and a little bit of the history and earthquakes. And so it just seemed a fun one to do. And what better than to bring Edith, the sister of Sheriff Abe Vosburg, to accompany them. She was a midwife, so it would make sense that with Maud's condition so far advanced, for them to invite their friend Edith to come along, because it would be a wonderful opportunity for her too. She's never been to the city. And little do they know what a surprise they're going to have. So this is a fun one too, because of that step back into history for me, but also for another mature romance. And in some ways, I guess you could say a second chance romance, even though there was never a romance in the first place. But two old friends finding romance later in their life. So I hope you enjoy this.
An Equal for Edith, Lilac City Novella Series, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Chapter 1. "I've done a lot of things in my life," Edith Vosburg said as she packed her portmanteau, "but I've never been a lady's maid before." "Don't call yourself that," Maud replied with a pretty scowl. It was no wonder the young woman's husband had fallen head over heels in love with her last year. "You're my companion, and not my maid. And most of all, you're my friend." "Oh, I know. Just like I know your husband invited me along as your companion because I'm experienced in delivering babies." Edith winked. At Maud's look of chagrin, Edith relented. She didn't want her friend to feel bad about it. The poor couple had waited long enough for their wedding trip. "Don't be worrying about me. I've always had a hankering to see San Francisco ever since a dear friend from years ago went there once. This will be the trip of a lifetime for me. I hear they have ladies working in offices there. What a hoot it'd be to see one of those new typing machines." "Do you think you'd like to learn how to use one?" "I wouldn't." Maud held up one of Edith's shirtwaists. "But I guess I could see you in that role. You're so professional and businesslike." Maud didn't say manlike, but the word came to Edith's mind. The adjective had been used to describe her a few times over the years. She wasn't bad-looking. Her dear friend Caroline used to tell Edith she was beautiful, but in an uncommon way. It might stretch the truth, but it wasn't a lie either. "You mean man-like?" Edith couldn't help asking. "Now, why would you say a thing like that?" Maud asked, frowning. "I've been called it before, while your sister Frances rides with the cowhands on your brother's dude ranch and regularly carries a rifle. I've never heard anyone suggest she's manlike." "If they did, she'd probably shoot them," Maud said, her tone flat, and both women laughed. "True enough," Edith said with a grin. "Even so, her husband is completely infatuated with her and her ways. I doubt that man will ever try to change her. I always assumed it was my forthright manner that people thought of as manly. But Frances is forthright, and then some. It wasn't fair. But if Edith had learned nothing else in her 39 years, it was that life wasn't fair. That's a load of nonsense. Maud put down the folded shirtwaist and faced Edith. I was reading one of Frances's books recently, and it talked about how a lot of men get intimidated by strong women, and they lash out because of it. The only thing they can do is to attack your femininity. I'm not worried about simpleton men. Edith picked up a split skirt Frances had given her. If I thought I could put up with one of them, I'd be married by now, I imagine. I've received a couple of marriage proposals, you know. You have? Maud paused again in her packing. Both were widowers who needed someone to keep house for them and raise their children. They explained how much less expensive it was having a wife than hiring a housekeeper. Edith gave a disgusted snort. Heaven preserve me from men like that. I'm doing just fine as I am. They aren't all like that. I firmly believe there's someone out there for you. Maud's expression had taken on a familiar, dreamy look. Edith was happy for her friend, but realistic enough to know marriage wasn't likely for her. If she couldn't find a man she could put up with, and love if she were being honest with herself, while living in a town with nearly 5 times more men than women, it wouldn't happen. When they'd finished packing, Edith brought out the tea and made Maud put up her feet while she sipped her own drink. It gave them a chance to chat about their plans for the trip. "Hey, Edith," her brother Abe called later as he opened the door to the small house she kept for him. "Oh, hello there, Maud." He glanced over his shoulder and called, "Hey, your wife's in here." Deputy Sheriff Charles Merrick stepped in the front door, taking off his hat. His face lit up when he spotted his wife. The love which seemed to shine from both of them made Edith's heart ache a little. What would it have been like to find a man who looked at her like that? She gave herself a mental shake. With her luck, she'd get stuck with someone horrible like her father. It'd been harder to remember that over the last year. With the Lancaster sisters moving to Lilac City, and each one finding their life partners here, Edith had wondered sometimes if all these years she'd been wrong to keep her distance from eligible men. When Charles took Maud's hand and brought it to his lips, Edith had to turn away. It surprised her to find that her curmudgeon brother, Abe, who'd just turned 60 and had also never married, was watching the couple with longing in his eyes. He looked very much like a man who was second-guessing his decision to remain a bachelor. Now that was unexpected. Abe glanced at her. She could tell he knew she'd been watching him by the little bit of pink showing above his beard. He shrugged. "What's for lunch?" he asked, as though the roast they'd been cooking since this morning wasn't smelling up the house. "What, is your smeller going bad in your old age?" Edith teased. "We should go," Charles said, putting his arm around his wife's waist. "We have no wish to intrude." "Oh, for Pete's sake." Edith pointed to the kitchen table, which she'd set for 4. "If you don't want to eat my cooking, just say so." At Charles's wide-eyed expression and her brother's frown, the sharpness of her words made her wince. Why was she suddenly so cranky? Probably all those thoughts about the family she'd never have. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you." "Let me help with that," Maud said, coming into the little kitchen. "All right, you men go wash up." "Have I said something wrong?" Maud asked when the men had gone. "It's not you." Edith was nothing if not upfront and honest, especially to a friend. "What you and Charles have is something I never thought I could find. I was too much like your sister Frances with her attitudes about men." "But you didn't have Nick to change your mind like Frances did." "Who knows? I might have, but didn't recognize him. I've never let any man get close enough to me to find out." Edith sighed. "It's too late now, and I'm a practical woman. I'd best not be wishing for more than I have. The good Lord must have had solid reasons for not sending a good man my way. And all this time, I thought you were perfectly happy as a spinster. I thought I was, too, Edith said softly. She heard the men return and change the subject. I'm looking forward to seeing parts of this country I never have before. I'm excited, too, Maud said, carrying a platter of bread slices to the table. Did you know Charles was on his way to San Francisco when he accepted the job to escort me and my sisters here to Lilac City? She shot him a loving glance, and Abe chuckled. I invited him in for a little talk on that first day. Her brother dropped into the chair at the head of the table. I'd already noticed the way he was watching you, Maud. I thought you were suspicious of any new people coming into town. Charles pulled out a chair for Maud. Which I am, as you well know. But it's not every day that one of the local dude ranches has 3 beautiful sisters arrive under the watchful eye of a Pinkerton agent. Former agent, Charles corrected. Abe, why don't you bless the food so you men can jaw while you eat? Edith spread a napkin in her lap and looked at her brother expectantly. He didn't need a second invitation. While the others talked about the trip which had introduced Charles and Maud, it drove home again to Edith what she didn't have. Until she'd watched the 3 sisters fall in love with each of their husbands, she'd been perfectly happy. She'd never considered herself a covetous woman, and she hoped that wasn't the cause of her unsettled feelings. It wasn't like she wanted their men. The thought actually made Edith's stomach turn a little. Considering it, Edith decided her unsettled feelings came from the comparison. The happy marriages of the 3 Lancaster sisters, and even their older brother, drove home how poorly Edith's mother had chosen. Like those girls, Edith had an older half-brother, though Abe was old enough to have been her father. He and Pa had never gotten along. Even marrying Ma hadn't helped much. Abe had cut out as soon as he could. Edith had been a little girl then. She liked to think she was the reason Abe had come by to check on them periodically, especially after Ma had died. But he'd never stayed. Every time he'd gone again, he'd taken with him the only tenderness and concern she'd known growing up. Pa just hadn't had time for a useless young daughter. You're awfully quiet, Maud whispered, leaning over to pick up her napkin. Let me get that for you. Edith bent to pick it up. You don't want to go twisting around and cause problems for that little one you're carrying. I was just daydreaming. When they finished the meal, Abe dutifully took his plate and put it near the sink. Charles did the same with his and his wife's dishes. We're just in time to meet the incoming train. Abe grabbed his hat and glanced at Edith, his expression one of surprise. It's been a long time since I've been alone here. Without another word, he strode from the house. What do you know? Charles grinned as he took his own hat. You're domesticating your brother, Edith. Good for you. She let out a slow breath. At least she was helping someone. George Rasmussen slowed his steps as he approached the small house with the sign outside which read, Martin Weston, M.D. The building had a small annex which must serve as the surgery. So far, George had seen nothing in the small town of Lilac City which looked remotely like a hospital. He heaved out a breath, shivering at another gust of the early April wind. Chicago might have been where he'd spent his growing-up years, but he'd lived long enough in California that his body had acclimated to the milder temperatures. Would he be able to adjust again? And what of his children? George glanced along the single long street at the various businesses. He'd only identified one saloon, but there was a schoolhouse, a church, and a large building that looked like it could be a community center on the other end of town. He'd done some checking. The city of San Francisco had a population of about 400,000 people. The entire state of Wyoming had fewer than 120,000. Could his children get used to living in a town so small and rustic? Alfred had been born in Chicago, but the other children had only ever lived in San Francisco. They'd been back to Chicago for visits, but only during the summers. If this Dr. Weston offered George the job, would his family resent him for dragging them to Wyoming? The door to the house opened, pulling George from his thoughts. A giant of a man with graying hair and a grizzled beard stepped out. As he was putting on his hat, his gaze fell on George, and the older man narrowed his eyes.
"Who are you?"
he asked, stepping down the steps.
"When did you get into my town?"
That was when George noticed the badge on the man's coat and extended his hand. "I'm Dr. George Rasmussen, and I have an appointment with Dr. Weston. Is he in?"
"Ah."
The man took George's offered hand, nearly swallowing it with his huge one.
"The doc's waiting for you inside. I'm Sheriff Vosburg. Welcome to Lilac City."
Vosburg? George blinked. In all his years, he'd met only one other person with that surname. "Are you from Chicago?" The sheriff arched a brow, looking interested, but also a little irritated.
"Not me, but my pa moved there."
"Your father?" It was always useless to ask, but George had to. "You wouldn't, by chance, have a sister named Edith, would you?" Now the sheriff definitely looked suspicious. He took a step closer, his posture radiating danger. George was only a few inches shorter than the big man, but probably a good 50 pounds lighter than him. Working in hospitals with sometimes frightened and hysterical patients, George was no weakling. He stood his ground. "Years ago, I lived in Chicago, where my wife had a dear friend named Edith Vosburg."
"What's your wife's name?"
The tension in the sheriff's shoulders had eased a little, and the sense of imminent danger had lessened. "Caroline Adler, before we married. The Edith Vosburg I'm thinking of helped to deliver my oldest son."
"Well, what do you know?"
The sheriff grinned and gave George a hefty pat on the shoulder, which nearly set him off balance.
"Edith has talked often over the years how sad she was to have lost contact with your wife."
"And your sister always described her older brother as the father she'd never had. She spoke highly of you, sir." Before the big man could reply, the door to the house opened again. A man poked out his head, his white hair matching the white of his high-collared shirt and old-fashioned cravat. The man's formal attire surprised George, considering Lilac City was a cowboy town. Unless this wasn't Dr. Weston.
"You Rasmussen?"
Without waiting for a reply, the man waved George inside. "Come in before you catch your death." With a shiver, he turned back inside. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Sheriff." George had only gone up a step when Vosburg replied.
"When you're finished here, come see me at my office. It's the building with the bars on the window."
The older man chuckled and strode away. With the first lightening of his spirits since arriving in Lilac City, George entered the small house and closed the door behind him. It took a few seconds for his eyes to adjust after the brightness outside. He found himself in a waiting room where a youngish-looking couple sat on 2 chairs. The woman was obviously expecting, and the cowboy must be her husband. Dr. Weston poked his head into the room again.
"There next. Use that room."
He pointed to another door before disappearing once more. George stood for a moment, surprised and unsure. He'd expected to interview for the job, not be put to work. The couple had risen and were watching him expectantly. It was just as well he always brought his medical bag with him. "This way," he said, opening the door. "I'm Dr. Rasmussen." Chapter 2. At the bottom of the steps in front of Dr. Weston's office, George paused and rubbed his neck. He'd just spent the last 4 hours seeing patients. Donated 4 hours, anyway. Evidently, Lilac City was being flooded with new babies after a large number of marriages over the past year. Armed with a little more information, he reconsidered the obviously new schoolhouse at the end of the long street. It would only be a handful of years before the community would need to build another to accommodate the growth. Thinking back on the last interview George had had for his position at the hospital in San Francisco, he chuckled softly. That experience had been nothing compared to this trial by fire. He'd even delivered a baby this afternoon, a strapping young boy bound and determined to arrive today. Thoughtful, George took his time on his return walk to the hotel. After living and working in a large city like San Francisco, with its masses of people and the sharp divide between the haves and have-nots, this small Wyoming town was a pleasant change. The people he'd met so far were solid, hard-working folks, the backbone of America. He already liked what he'd seen. When his friend James had first mentioned the position, George had wondered if working in a small town might be the new start he and his family needed. But was Lilac City too small? Engrossed in his thoughts, he'd forgotten about the sheriff's invitation. It wasn't until George had walked past the jail's door that a sharp rap on the glass to the side startled him. He jumped back and turned to face the threat. Sheriff Vosburg stood grinning on the other side of the window. He waved George inside. The warmth hit him as soon as he stepped inside, and the smell of hot coffee made his stomach rumble. He took off his hat.
Hang up your hat on the nail and pour yourself a cup, Doc. The hanging mugs are clean,
the sheriff said, raising his own cup of steaming brew.
Every morning my sister makes sure we're set for the day.
George, coffee pot in one hand and a mug in the other, slowly turned to face Vosburg.
Your sister is here with you? She sure is. Edith keeps house for me.
The sheriff indicated George should continue what he'd begun, so he poured himself a cup. With it in hand, he took a seat. Was Edith a widow, that she would keep house for her brother? Or did she care for 2 homes? George could see her doing that. She'd always been a woman with a drive to get things done.
I appreciate this, Sheriff. It's much colder here than what I'm used to. Call me Abe. Everyone round here does.
And you can call me George. He took a sip, surprised at the excellent brew.
This is good. Does your sister make your coffee for you? No, I make my own. I'm particular about my coffee, though Edith's isn't bad. I just happen to prefer my own. She'll be here in a few minutes with supper.
Oh, will I be disturbing your meal? George straightened, preparing to rise, though he didn't want to leave. He was curious to see Caroline's friend again.
Stay where you are. She's bringing in extra. I don't normally take supper in the jail, but I'm holding someone for the marshal who'll be here tomorrow. I thought this would be a good time for you and me to get acquainted. How did you come to find out about the job?
Abe asked and took a sip.
Lilac City's a fair piece away from San Francisco.
I heard about it through a friend of mine. He's a detective on the police force and mentioned it to me.
A detective in San Francisco who just happened to know about a doctoring job in a little town in northern Wyoming?
Abe grinned.
He wouldn't happen to be named James Milburn, would he?
George blinked.
Why, yes. Talk about a small world. My deputy is friends with him. I'll bet that's how he heard of it.
James mentioned Charles Merrick.
That's the one. I can't wait until the preacher gets wind of this. He's always saying God has his finger in everything.
Abe met George's gaze over his cup.
I'm guessing Doc Weston offered you the job.
He did. George couldn't help grinning as he remembered the busy afternoon.
Well, that's good to hear, because the poor man's been worked to death, what with all the new people we've got coming into town, and I'll bet you noticed we're having a bumper crop of babies. I delivered one this afternoon. I understand the wife came out here as a mail-order bride. She and her husband looked quite happy, both with their new son and with each other.
The sheriff got an odd look on his face, but he asked,
So will you be staying to help Doc Weston? I accepted the offer, but I must return to California to collect my family. Oh, Edith will be thrilled to have your wife living so close.
After more than a year, it shouldn't still hit George so hard when people assumed his wife was alive. His throat tightened, and he had to cough before he could speak.
We lost Caroline last year. I'm sorry to hear that. It'll break Edith's heart. She still speaks fondly of your wife. Yes, it saddened Caroline when your sister moved about the same time we did. We moved again shortly after, and that's when they lost track.
George rubbed his neck.
And speaking of moving, I'll need to find a housekeeper because my current one has made it clear she won't leave San Francisco. Good luck with that, Abe said. We're mite short of womenfolk. The mail-order brides are helping, though. Maybe one of them would be satisfied being a housekeeper instead. Possibly.
It made George think of Abe's odd expression earlier.
Have you ever thought of getting a mail-order bride yourself?
The poor man must have swallowed wrong because he started coughing. When Abe could finally get a breath again, he pinned George with a hard look. It made him glad that he was on the right side of the law.
I can just imagine what Frances Reynolds would say to me if she ever caught me ordering a wife like a piece of furniture.
Abe gave a dark chuckle.
And who is Frances Reynolds?
George had a mental picture of middle-aged suffragettes marching up the streets of Lilac City.
She's the younger sister to one of our dude ranch owners, Luke Hamblin. If you'll be working with Doc Weston, I'm sure you'll get to know Frances. I can honestly see her stepping into my job when I finally take my sister's advice and retire as sheriff. A lady sheriff?
George had always considered himself a progressive man, and he lived in a city where women now worked in professional offices as secretaries. His hospital also had many excellent nurses, but he'd never considered a female sheriff.
Oh, that one's a spitfire, and she doesn't put up with any nonsense from those cowhands at the ranch.
Abe leaned forward and said conspiratorially,
But don't tell her I said anything. I don't want to be accused of putting any ideas in her head about being sheriff.
She sounds a bit like your sister. Abe nodded.
They're similar in many ways, but I like to think my sister has directed her strong opinions in a more traditional direction.
George had found Caroline and Edith to be an interesting contrast. His wife had been a lady in every way. Though she would argue for what she believed, she had always done it with gentle persuasion. Edith had always made him think of a scrapper, having to fight for what she wanted. She'd also had a voracious appetite for learning, not only book learning, but in social skills as well. It'd been something Caroline had commented on after their first meeting. His wife had determined then to help young Edith live up to her potential. George was curious to find out if she had.
How's your sister like this Frances woman?
He asked.
Well, Frances won't put up with nonsense from anyone. Last summer, she led trails for the dudes and their families who came to the ranch for summer vacations. She faces off with them cowhands without a problem, and she's even been taking what she calls self-defense lesson. She's a smart one, and is good at anything she puts her hand to. Like my sister, but Edith is a little more subtle about it.
Abe rubbed his face, looking suddenly tired.
When Pa died, Lilac City wasn't yet a place where I dared to invite her to come keep house for me. But she wasn't about to sit around waiting for some man to take care of her. She'd apprenticed with a midwife and was working the trade. We have one in town, by the way. Edith sometimes helps her, more lately with all the babies coming. And if the town council doesn't find a new teacher, Edith will most likely fill in there, too.
Yes, she was teaching when my wife met her.
Would Edith be likely to join this Frances in a push to give women the vote?
George asked. Surprisingly, the sheriff grinned.
Don't need to. Wyoming's way ahead of California in that. Women have had the right to vote here since 1869. I had no idea,
George said thoughtfully. His middle child, a daughter, would turn 15 this year and already had very strong opinions. She was the only one of his 3 children to voice opposition to the move. His 2 sons loved horses. The idea of moving to what they called the Wild West appealed to them, and was exactly why Lillian had no wish to move.
Here's Edith now with dinner.
Abe jumped to his feet and rushed to open the door. Along with a blast of cold air, a figure in a full-length forest green coat and wearing a scarf over her face blew into the jail carrying a pot which the sheriff took from her. A tall man of about 30 had followed her inside, carrying a large basket.
Thank you, Lonzo. You can put it on the table.
She patted him on the arm.
I appreciate the help.
He gave a shy nod. As soon as he noticed George, Lonzo dropped his gaze and backed out of the jail. Abe shut the door.
There ought to be a law about being as shy as that poor man. Someone's going to take advantage of him, she muttered as she pulled back the scarf.
Edith Vosburg had grown into a handsome woman. Her dark hair had no hint of gray, and she held herself with confidence. No longer the wraith-like, half-starved young woman practicing at taking tea like proper ladies. A strong woman, used to getting things done, stood before him. When she met George's gaze, so many memories came flooding back. Edith's eyes bore the same curiosity of her youth, when she'd been both pupil and the sister his wife had always longed for. How often this woman had walked arm in arm with Caroline on the many family romps they'd taken together. Could George truly make a fresh start in this new place, with Edith here as a constant reminder of what he'd lost? As Edith stared into the hazel eyes of George Rasmussen, it was like she'd stepped back in time. So many happy memories came at once that a wave of dizziness hit her. She had to put a hand on the table to steady herself. He looked older, with a hint of silver along his temples and crow's feet around his eyes, but they suited him. People would trust a man like him to handle their doctoring. If he was here, was Caroline as well? Edith scanned the room but saw no one but the 2 men.
I'm afraid she's not with me,
George said, his voice rough with emotion, seeming to understand Edith's unspoken question.
We lost her last year to cancer.
No. Edith sank into the chair her brother quickly pushed behind her. How could lovely, kind Caroline have been taken at so young an age? All these years, Edith had consoled herself with the thought that her friend would be healthy and happy in George's care. Cancer. Even a gifted doctor like him would have been helpless to fight it. Blinking back tears, Edith looked up at him and found his eyes glistening. "Oh, George, I'm so sorry. I cannot imagine what it must have been like for you and your family." Edith wiped her eyes with a handkerchief she always carried with her. "Is Alfred in town with you? He must be almost grown now. Did you and Caroline have more children? What brings you to Lilac City?"
Let the man answer one question before you throw another at him,
Abe grumbled, bringing Edith back to her manners. "My apologies. I see you've met my brother." She rose, put her handkerchief in her pocket, and went to hang her coat on the hooks by the door. "Supper's getting cold. Abe, can you get the plates? George, there's some silverware in the drawer near you. Could you be so kind as to retrieve the 3 settings, plus a spoon for the prisoner?" Neither man said anything but went to work. Edith was dying to ask more questions, but waited until Abe had returned from taking a plate into the jail room. Once he'd offered a blessing on the food, she began to question George again, this time more slowly. "Since you haven't mentioned needing to hurry back to your hotel, I assume Alfred isn't with you?"
He'd have liked to come with me, but I didn't want to pull him from school.
George smiled.
Alfred's as tall as I am now, and says he wants to be a doctor, too. The boy's mad about horses, and will be thrilled when he gets word I was offered the job.
Edith paused, her fork raised. "The one with Doc Weston?"
Yep.
Abe was watching her with extra interest. She put down her fork, not sure if she could hold back the unexpected surge of happiness. Caroline might not be coming too, but George and Alfred would have memories of her. They could tell Edith what she'd missed of her dear friend.
Doc George here has already delivered a baby today,
her brother added. Whose? Edith had been keeping track of all the pregnant women in the area. Someone must have come early.
I don't recall their surname, but the father was Jed, and the mother was Lila. They have a healthy boy, good-sized if a tad early. How could you know the baby came early?
Abe asked, more interested than Edith had ever seen him. Body hair, Edith said at the same time George said,
Lanugo.
She indicated he should explain.
Babies have downy hair on their bodies while in the womb, which most have shed by the time they're born. This little boy still had most of his, which shows he came early.
I'm so happy for them. I was worried about the size of the baby. With her narrow hips, she might have had a hard time delivering a full-term babe. And that Jed is a big man. Edith took a bite of her food.
Do you talk like this at your Ladies' Improvement Society meetings?
Abe asked with a chuckle. Hardly, any more than you'd talk about ugly sheriff things while at a church social. Edith turned to George. Does Alfred have any brothers or sisters?
Lillian is 14, and Stanley is 8. We went through 3 failed attempts before she was able to carry him to term.
Failed attempts? What a benign way of describing the terribly demoralizing experience a miscarriage was for many women. The sadness in his eyes had intensified. She'd seen it before, where a man blamed himself for weakening his wife's health through continued pregnancies. Edith reached over and touched his hand. Don't you do that. Bringing a new life into this world is a dangerous venture for women. But I've yet to hear that it causes cancer. Besides, you and I both know how much Caroline wanted a large family. How badly was she hungering for another baby after your daughter came?
You knew her well.
George gave a soft chuckle, looking a little better.
Yes, she was bound and determined to try again. But tell me what you've been up to all these years.
There's not much to say, Edith said. I'm a rather boring person.
You're doing yourself a disservice, Abe growled. My sister is involved in everything here in Lilac City, just like she's always been everywhere she's ever lived. I'm sure I don't have to tell you how efficient she is. Not if you knew her well in Chicago. Caroline was the same way in San Francisco. With every event she took part in, she'd comment on how much she missed Edith's organizational skills.
George smiled at her in a way that made her flush at the praise. "Oh, get on with you. Tell me more about your children," she said to shift the subject. "Do you have any photographs?"
I do.
George retrieved his wallet from a pocket, pulled out a picture, and handed it to her.
It was taken about 2 years ago.
Her eyes prickling, Edith stared at the more mature face of her dearest friend. Caroline looked happy as she gazed into the camera. Had she had any inkling when the photograph was taken how limited was her remaining time? "So you left Chicago for San Francisco?" she asked.
Yes, and stayed with Caroline's parents at first,
George said.
They'd recently moved there and asked us to visit. While there, I interviewed for my current position and was accepted. It happened quickly, and Caroline and Alfred didn't return. I made a quick trip back to close out our house. Unfortunately, we hadn't received a letter from you with your new address.
Edith shifted her attention to the children. "Your daughter, what did you say her name was?"
Looks just like Caroline. Lillian. Might look like her mother, but doesn't have her calm disposition. Sadly, Lillian is more like my mother."
"A social climber?"
Edith asked, surprised. "I'm afraid she's become so since her mother's death. She made friends with a girl who's new to her school and is wrapped up in status. San Francisco has many very old and wealthy families, but there's also a great deal of new money. Caroline's family was the former. I've done well as a doctor, and I've been able to provide my family with a prosperous life. But Lillian wishes we came from old money." "You're saying that money isn't enough?"
Abe asked, tipping back his chair.
"People there have to be from old money?" "Exactly. It's become quite an area of contention between us since her mother died."
An unhappy teenaged girl would be challenge enough for her father, but one who'd also recently lost her mother would be a test indeed. The ache that had appeared in George's eyes when he'd started talking of his daughter made Edith decide to change the subject. She pointed at the photo again. "Alfred is fair, like your brother."
"And he's just as mad about horses as his uncle. Will owns a ranch in the Arizona Territory where he breeds horses."
"Did he ever marry?" she asked.
"Yes, and he has several children, including 3 sons who are just as wild about horses as he is."
"It sounds lovely. I'm glad he's made a good life for himself. He'd never be the society dandy your parents wanted him to be." Edith handed back the photograph. "What about your youngest? He looks like a bright child."
"Stanley is inquisitive and has a sharp mind, who tends to lose himself in drawing pictures. The boy also has a tender and giving heart."
George slid the photograph back into his wallet.
"He is the most open about missing his mother."
"It appears you have your work cut out for you," Edith said, collecting the plates.
"Yes, I do. I'm traveling back to San Francisco tomorrow to close up our house and bring them here."
Edith froze, her hands full of dishes. "You're traveling tomorrow?"
"Now, ain't that convenient?"
Abe grinned.
"Edith here is traveling there with my deputy and his wife. Y'all ought to sit together. I'm sure they'll have questions for you."
"Why, that would be wonderful," George said, gathering the silverware.
It was a rather lonesome trip here. I'd love company and an opportunity to get reacquainted."
That would be lovely. Edith had collected the basket for them to load. "I'm sure the Merricks won't mind. We'll look for you then on the train." She turned to her brother. "Now, Abe, help me with my coat." Chapter 3. Following Charles and Maud to their train compartment the next day, Edith spotted George already standing near the door. She eased ahead of the couple, a hand extended. "Good morning, George. Or should I call you Dr. Rasmussen?" she asked.
"It would feel unnatural for you to address me so formally."
He clasped her hand warmly and glanced over her shoulder. Edith turned to face the Merricks, only then where the doctor still held her hand. "George, this is Deputy Charles Merrick and his wife Maud. And this is Dr. George Rasmussen. He was married to one of my dearest friends." Her voice cracked on the last words. He squeezed her hand and released it to shake Charles's.
"I appreciate your willingness to include me in your party,"
George said. "It's our pleasure." Maud shook his hand, too, and then urged her husband to open the door to their compartment. "Are you feeling well?" Edith whispered as she helped her friend to sit on the luxurious leather-bound bench. Maud's brother, a prosperous dude ranch owner in Lilac City, had paid to upgrade their accommodations. "I'm only a little lightheaded." "Have you eaten anything this morning?" "I was too excited," Maud admitted ruefully. "You're eating for two now." Edith opened her bag, retrieved some biscuits she'd packed for the journey, and handed one to her friend. "You've waited so long for this trip. You don't want to do anything to take away from your enjoyment." "Yes, Mother." Maud's smile had an understandable wistfulness to it. She'd also lost her mother, and would feel it keenly during this time. George waited until the others had hung up their coats and hats before adding his to the closet. He took the seat beside Edith. "I understand from Abe that you'll be working with Doc Weston." Charles patted his wife's hand. "It couldn't come at a better time. The poor man's swamped. He told me that delivering babies was one of his least favorite things to do. That's why he had me deliver the baby while he tended a man with a broken leg." George chuckled. "It must get really busy for your people during the summer months." They'd be his people soon. The train moved with a jerk, and Edith looked out the window with a smile. She liked the thought of George coming back to Lilac City to stay. "Such an assortment of train experiences we've had, isn't it, dear?" Charles asked, glancing at his wife with a grin. "Have you traveled a great deal by train?" George asked. "Not normally, but over the past year we have," Maud said. "When we were in a finishing school, my sisters and I traveled by train back and forth to New York. Last year, we came out to Lilac City to stay with our brother. We've only made one other trip back to Indianapolis since." Her face had darkened, and Charles put his arm around her shoulders. Edith glanced at George and realized he meant to inquire further. She reached over and touched his hand, shaking her head. That unhappy story would be something to share with him when the Merricks weren't around. He gave a nod of understanding. "I've never traveled in a sleeping car before." Edith scanned the compartment, wondering where they would sleep. "How does it work?" "These two chairs we're sitting on will make up a bed down here." George stood and reached up to touch the curved wood above the chairs. "This will drop to form a second bed." He glanced at Charles. "I'm assuming the ladies will sleep on one side of the room?" "That's the plan." Maud covered her mouth and Charles grinned. "What are you thinking?" Edith asked. "Only about our trip to Lilac City last year." Maud started laughing. Unbeknownst to us, our aunt had secretly hired Charles to act as our escort. You should have seen the fuss Francis made when he insisted he had a ticket to share our compartment. Edith glanced around the smallish area. How did you handle the sleeping arrangements with a strange man in your room? No offense, Charles. None taken. He grinned and kissed his wife's temple. Doris was the one who was the most disturbed. I hung a blanket between the two sections and moved the mattress from the lower bunk on my side over so Frances could sleep on it next to her sisters. Who is Doris? George asked. My next younger sister. Frances is the youngest. Is she married to someone named Reynolds? George asked, wearing an amused expression. Yes, I'm guessing you've already heard about her. Edith wondered if George had asked because he was looking to marry again. He might need someone to help him raise his family. She wasn't sure what she thought about another woman bringing up Caroline's children. Edith said, all 4 of the siblings are married now. You missed the fanciest wedding Lilac City is likely to ever see, Charles shook his head. Maud's older brother has a family connection to a viscount. From England? George looked thoughtful. My daughter will be glad to hear about that. She's convinced moving to Wyoming will be kin to living among barbarians. She'll definitely want to talk to my sister-in-law then. Her grandmother is the one with the English royalty connections, but she comes from high society New York. Maud stifled a yawn. This will be a long trip for you, Edith said, rising. I suggest Charles move to my chair so you can put up your feet. But what will you do? Maud yawned again. I'd like to explore the train. Not alone, Charles argued. If you wouldn't mind company, I believe I'll come along, George offered. Please do. I should investigate what's on the menu while we're out. Edith opened the cupboard and removed her shawl-like scarf. She wrapped it around her head and shoulders. Thank you, Charles called after them as they left. Outside the compartment, Edith took the arm George offered, and they made their way to the dining car. We'd like a table, he told the porter who led them to one and provided them with menus. As she sat and read the options, Edith understood why she'd felt unexpectedly relieved at George's company. I have a confession to make, she said. What's that? I'm glad you accepted Abe's suggestion to join our party. It's fortunate the Merricks were amenable to my addition. It's not the best situation to take the trip this late in pregnancy, but if they waited until the baby was old enough to travel... I understand. How did you come to be invited along? George asked, setting aside the menu. Maud's my friend, but I also have experience as a midwife, as you know. Edith let out a slow breath. Even as a fifth wheel, I consider it an honor to accompany them. I'm old enough to be Maud's mother. A young mother, perhaps, George interrupted with a scowl. All right, a young mother. Edith gave a soft laugh. He had a way of making her feel young again. If only Caroline were still alive to be here, too. Maud's mother died when she was a girl. And in Maud's current state, her mother would likely have accompanied them. So you're filling in for her mother, George said. I like to think so. Still, it worried me I'd feel like a hanger-on. I'm not sure you realize this is their wedding trip. Ah, I gathered from something Abe said before you arrived last night that the sisters have had some problems this last year. I doubt you'll hear about Indianapolis news in San Francisco, but I'll simply say their uncle is a terrible man. He tried to get control of their fortunes by forcing the sisters into marriages to his cronies. That's one reason Charles and Maud had to rush their marriage last summer, but are only now taking their wedding trip. Since they've waited so long for it, I hope it's uneventful. George picked up the menu again. Me too. You've been on a wedding trip, so you'd understand.
She places a lot of trust in your skill as a midwife.
Why do you sound surprised? Edith couldn't keep the irritation from her voice, and he winced. Before he could apologize, she hurriedly said, I know you didn't mean to be offensive. It's just Doc Weston doesn't credit me with knowing anything, because I only studied under a midwife. He doesn't think that's worth anything.
Has he said why?
George's intense gaze made Edith flush. Would he think less of her, too? Often. Only the well-to-do can afford a doctor to attend a birth, she said stiffly. I appreciate that Doc Weston's got a lot more education than I do, but I've never presumed to do more than deliver babies.
I'm not accusing you of anything, Edith.
George covered her hand as though to make his point. It was something he'd always done intentionally. He said it brought a personal touch to his bedside manner.
But have you considered attending one of the nursing schools?
I've visited one. To be honest, I wasn't impressed. They treated the women trainees in the hospital school I visited like servants rather than trained professionals. And the attitudes of some doctors are even worse than Doc Weston's. He believes a nurse should never, under any circumstances, express an opinion about medical issues.
Have the two of you disagreed?
Yes, and that's why I refuse to work with him. Edith huffed. Besides, I came to Lilac City to keep house for my brother, not to be a midwife.
But women have needed you for it anyway?
Edith gave him a flat look. You came to interview and ended up delivering a baby. You have to ask me that?
All right.
George chuckled and raised a hand, signaling the porter.
What would you like to eat?
It's too expensive in here. I've brought food for today.
I'd be happy to buy you something.
Edith flushed. She was doing a lot of that since George had appeared. Did he think she was penniless? I have money of my own. She wished she didn't sound so stiff.
I didn't mean to imply that you didn't, Edith.
George said the words simply and in the same honest manner he'd always had. Why was Edith being so prickly with him? It was unlike her, and it was unfair to him. She'd received a precious opportunity to get reacquainted with an old friend. I know, and I apologize. She looked up at the porter who'd arrived at their table and said, I'd like a coffee, black. George ordered some tea, intrigued by the changes in Caroline's friend. His friend, to be honest. Edith Vosburg had changed from the young woman who had still been finding her way all those years ago. Much more self-assured now, she had an edge to her which made her seem less approachable than she'd once been. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened for her to have built a wall to protect herself from others. Had she been hurt by life? By a man, perhaps? An unexpected surge of anger flashed through him. It must be because he associated her with his late wife. They'd been like sisters, and it made sense for him to wish to come to Edith's defense. But why such a powerful response to an imagined slight? Yes, she'd grown into an attractive and mature woman, but she had an attentive older brother to protect her from anyone who might attempt to take advantage of her. So, tell me about Alfred, Edith said, pulling George from his musings. Has he been attending school in San Francisco, or have you sent him to preparatory school? What subjects does he enjoy?
Outside of horses, Alfred is interested in football. His mother had a difficult time watching him play the games, though. She said it always looked like the other young men were attacking him.
George gave a soft chuckle. Will he be very disappointed there's not a football team in Lilac City? George frowned, surprised.
No one plays football there? It's all the rage in California. You've seen how small our community is. I've been keeping house for 5 years, and I've never seen anyone play football, though I know what it is. Who knows, though? With all those cowboys, there might be some interest in learning. If Alfred's a good teacher, perhaps he could introduce the sport to our area. Edith leaned back as the porter put down a tea set before them. Lilac City is a rough town that we are just now civilizing. I, for one, would love to see the young men in our area, especially the cowhands, take up a sport that didn't include shooting at things. You raise some important issues I've failed to consider. George accepted the cup of tea she'd poured for him. It reminded him of the many other times he'd sat in on tea time with her and Caroline. Edith took a sip of her coffee. "How does it compare to your brother's?" he asked. "It's not bad. Probably in line with my own. Abe has spoiled me for anyone else's coffee. I've often teased him about opening a coffee house when I finally convince him to retire as sheriff." "Is he planning to do it soon?" George couldn't imagine the gruff man doing anything else. "Probably not." Edith let out a slow breath. "As sheriff, he's done a good job by Lilac City. I believe the residents understand how much he watches over them to keep them safe." "But—" "Perhaps it's the woman in me speaking, but I feel bad that such a good man has missed out on the chance to have a family." Edith kept her gaze on her cup. George's mind immediately went back to the discussion he'd had with the man about a mail-order bride. Then George wondered if she might be thinking of herself as well. "Not all men want families," he said, reaching out to touch her hand. She surprised him by looking up to meet his gaze, tears glistening. It emphasized how long her lashes were, something he'd never noticed before. "Not Abe," she whispered, her voice tight with emotion he didn't fully understand. "Of course, he's going to say he'd never have wanted to marry anyway, but he's a good man with a big heart. You should see him with children." Edith smiled then, and it made her face glow with her beauty. "I'd have thought his gruff voice and long hair and beard would frighten them." "They see through it and treat him like a giant stuffed bear. You should see them climbing all over him." Edith sighed. "He loves it, though he'd never admit it." "It's a shame, then." George finished his tea and put down the cup. "I've loved being a father, though I confess it's been difficult doing it without Caroline by my side. She handled most of the care of the children, so I could focus on my career. I've always been involved with them, but I never realized how much she did to make my life easier." "And now you must do the parenting alone." "I'm sorry." She put down her empty cup. "Shall we see how Maud and Charles are faring? I'll check with the porter to see if I can take a menu to them." Once she had one in hand, they rose from the table. George offered Edith his arm, and they headed back to the compartment. Chapter 4. Edith had expected to enjoy the journey to San Francisco, but not in the way she did. George Rasmussen had always been a man capable of putting people at ease. The very first time she'd met him, she'd worried the husband of her new friend Caroline might not approve of the two women associating. She had been a fine lady, while Edith had only been a working woman. George, it turned out, wasn't a man to put on airs, and hadn't thought himself better than people from poorer families. When his wife had taken it upon herself to improve Edith's speech and manners, he'd approved. His years as a successful doctor in San Francisco hadn't changed that about him. He was thoughtful and kind, as well as engaging and talkative. He could as easily chat with Charles about his plans for a stud farm as to discuss what life had been like for Maud to grow up in Indianapolis.
Because the pregnant woman needed to rest often with her feet up, Edith and George had spent a lot of time together in either the dining car or one of the public cars. At first, they'd reminisced, and then caught each other up on what they were currently doing. Last night, as she'd climbed up into her bed, Edith hadn't been able to shake a sense of wistfulness. When he'd offered her his arm for the walk back to the compartment, he'd covered her hand with his other one. It had seemed such an intimate gesture, and something he'd never done with her before. To make matters worse, it had sent a long-forgotten tingle up her arm. It was as though something in her had awakened, something she thought might best stay asleep. It had heightened her awareness of him, of the strength in his arm, his masculine scent which mingled so pleasantly with his shaving soap. She'd never looked at him as anything more than the husband of her dear friend. He'd been like a brother. Did it make Edith a wicked woman to now find George Rasmussen so attractive? With her new sensitivity toward him, the ferry trip across the San Francisco Bay had turned a little awkward between them. She wouldn't even look at him for fear he'd read the interest in her eyes. Instead, she'd stayed by Maud, who was experiencing seasickness. Edith focused her thoughts on seeing Alfred again and meeting Caroline's two younger children. How fortunate that Charles and Maud had refused George's invitation to stay at his home. He and his children would have enough on their hands anyway, what with packing for the move to Lilac City. Edith's pulse quickened. George would soon be a resident of Lilac City. She pushed away the thought. George had been quiet as always, his gaze focused on the passing scenery. Over the years, he must have made the journey across the bay many times with Caroline, and probably their children. He'd mentioned that her affluent parents had moved to San Francisco, which had motivated Caroline's desire to move there as well. His in-laws had since moved again, this time to the warmer climate of Southern California. Caroline had wanted to stay in San Francisco. Edith wondered if George would be happy leaving this place behind with its memories of his wife. Lilac City was so different. At least when he'd moved from Chicago, it'd been from one metropolis to another. They docked at the ferry building, its white square tower a beacon from across the San Francisco Bay. It was time for goodbyes, at least temporarily. Charles and George left to see about the luggage, and Edith fumbled anxiously with her reticule. "What's troubling you?" Maud patted the bench beside her. "Don't deny that something is." Edith was tempted to ignore the question, feeling ridiculous to be nearly 40 years old and letting a man unsettle her so. It was embarrassing. When Maud patted the seat again, Edith finally sat beside her friend. "It's the good doctor, isn't it?" Edith groaned. Had she been that obvious? Had George noticed? "He's an attractive man, and he's moving to Lilac City." Maud put an arm around Edith and gave her a quick squeeze. "The two of you also have a history, one that's full of wonderful memories." "Memories of my dear friend who was the love of his life." Edith focused on folding and refolding her handkerchief. "Which means you both loved her. You would never want him or his children to forget her." Maud smiled. "Doris is the perfect woman to have married a widower with 2 young children. We all missed Mother when she died, but Doris felt it the most keenly. I think she's done wonderfully, stepping into that home and still honoring Marshall's first wife." "Yes, she has. But it makes me feel uncomfortable to even be discussing this about myself." Edith felt a need to explain that she hadn't coveted her friend's husband. "Until this trip, until last night, actually, I'd never looked at George as anything more than a brother, as Caroline's husband. I promise." "Is that what's bothering you?" Maud dropped her arm and shifted in the seat to face Edith. "Don't you think your friend would have wanted her husband to love again?" It's too soon to be speaking of love. An unexpected flash of frustration pushed Edith into motion, and she jumped to her feet. I have no doubt it would horrify George Rasmussen to find I've developed a schoolgirl crush on him. You sound like me arguing with Francis about Charles on the train ride last year. Edith, you can't believe love is only for the young. Maud tried to stand, and Edith hurried over to his sister friend, who continued, saying, I fully intend to love my husband even more when we prepare to celebrate our 20th wedding anniversary. So don't do anything to squash my dreams. The young woman said it with such fervor that it made Edith smile, which had probably been Maud's intent. That's better. All I'm saying is that you shouldn't close your mind to the possibility. The two men returned before Maud could say more. Charles immediately went to his wife, and George came to Edith.
I just saw another doctor who's on staff at my hospital. He's had a family emergency arise, and he and his party cannot attend the opera next week. He gave me the ticket to their box.
George glanced from Edith to Maud, his eyes shining.
It's Caruso.
Enrico Caruso? Maud breathed, her eyes wide.
Singing in Carmen, Charles added. Judith will be green with envy.
I've brought nothing grand enough to wear to the opera, Maud said.
I'm sure we'll be able to find a suitable gown.
George glanced at Edith, something alight in his face she'd only ever seen directed at Caroline.
Suitable for both of you.
Edith felt a little lightheaded, and she was glad for the arm of the bench to keep her steady. As George gave Edith a hand down from the gangway, he glanced around for the carriage he'd requested via telegram the day before. When he recognized his driver, he nodded toward the man who came to help with the luggage. A sense of anticipation filled George, something he hadn't experienced since before Caroline had become ill. Perhaps it was excitement for the move to Wyoming, but as he guided Edith and her friends to the carriage, he had a feeling it was more. While the others talked about the sights and sounds of the bustling and vibrant city, which were so familiar to him, he couldn't help but surreptitiously watch her. What would the children think of Edith? He knew Alfred and Stanley would approve of her. All the children had heard Caroline speak of her friend over the years. Lillian might be a problem. Of late, the dratted girl didn't approve of anyone or anything except her new high society friends. His disapproval of them had been the final straw in his decision to investigate the position in Lilac City. It had seemed fortuitous when his friend James had mentioned how much the community had grown in the last few years and needed another doctor. And there was James. George grinned as his friend strode toward him, but the look of confusion on the man's face sent up alarms. Had something happened to the children? And then Charles and James were embracing. With Edith's arrival at the jail that first night, George had almost forgotten Abe mentioned the two men knew each other. Charles stepped back and pulled his wife forward.
This is James Milburn, who's like a brother to me. James, this is my wife, Maud, and her friend, Edith Vosburg.
Charles looked from Edith to George.
And this is her friend, Dr. George Rasmussen. He'll be moving to Lilac City to help our doctor there.
James chuckled, glancing back and forth between George and Charles and settling on George.
Why didn't you tell me you went there? James asked. I didn't want to say anything until I'd seen the town for myself. George shrugged. It turned out a dear friend of Caroline's lives there now with her brother. Edith, James is a good friend, and he and his wife were a great support to me after I lost Caroline.
I'm so glad he had someone to help him through that. Edith stepped forward to James with her hand extended. You learned about Lilac City from James, who learned about it from Charles? Maud asked, looking amused. It is truly a small world.
Abe said the same thing,
George said. He knew and said nothing? That man. Edith glanced at Maud. You're looking pale. You're tired and should get some rest. Yes, indeed, George agreed, and James signaled for his carriage. As Charles helped his wife into it, George told James about the opera tickets. Since I have an entire box, I'd love it if you and Diana and your guests would join me. I'll host a dinner party beforehand. In the meantime, I'll let you get your guests settled. And you have some news to break to your children. James's expression turned serious. Lillian will not be pleased. I know, and that's why it's important for us to make the move to Wyoming. George turned to Edith and the Merricks. I look forward to seeing you all next week, if not sooner. Thank you again for letting me join your travel party. It was a pleasure. Charles shook George's hand. We also appreciate your sharing your opera adventure with us. As Maud clasped his hand, her gaze darted to Edith, and a knowing glint shone in the pregnant woman's eyes before she joined her husband. Was she thinking to play matchmaker, or was his interest in Edith that obvious? Alfred has grown up with stories of you, George said to Edith. Once he knows you're in San Francisco, he'll be eager to meet you. I can't wait to see him again. It's lovely of you to invite us, though I imagine you'll be busy preparing for your move. I'm looking forward to it. George finally released her hand, struck again by how he didn't wish to. He said to James, I'll phone you to discuss the details. Excellent. George picked up his bag and headed for his carriage, wishing he could stay with Edith. Chapter 5. How could it be so much warmer than Wyoming and yet still be chilly? Edith asked a few days later as she and Maud rode in the Milburn family carriage on a tour of the city. The ladies had decided to take a ride, since James insisted on introducing Charles to friends on the San Francisco police force. Oh, it's only the fog coming in. It's fun to watch how it creeps over the hills like fingers. James's wife Diana gave a little shiver as she bounced her young son, James Jr., nicknamed JJ, on her lap. She smiled affectionately as she looked out the window at the city. Our weather here is quite mild all year round. I once made the long trip to Indianapolis by train to meet James's parents, but it was so hot there. One may add a wrap against a chill, but not remove one's clothing. It was quite uncomfortable. Maud pressed her hand against her abdomen, a small crease between her brows. Edith had noticed her doing it more frequently of late. Her midwife instructor liked to call the contractions practice for the real delivery. The ones Maud was having probably meant nothing, but Edith might have to insist on fewer activities each day. While she didn't want to take the fun out of her friend's trip, neither would any of them wish to bring the baby early. And you've lived here all your life? Maud asked. Oh, yes, Diana gave a soft laugh. My father might be a prim and proper banker now, but his grandfather made his fortune in the gold rush. He's the one who came to San Francisco and built a house on Nob Hill. I've heard that name before, Edith said, but I can't see where any of the streets are named Nob. I believe it's a nickname, Maud said. Yes, it's short for nabobs or knobs. Did you grow up in a mansion there? Maud asked. My father inherited it, but thought it was pretentious and sold it. Diana leaned forward conspiratorially. The truth is, my mother was frightened to live in it. My grandfather had built it in the old Gothic style. I've seen it, and it would fit well in a novel filled with ghosts. Your father doesn't think you married down? Edith asked, and immediately added, That was impertinent of me. I apologize. It doesn't trouble me. James comes from a good family in Indianapolis. Well, my family is likely wealthier, but his has better status in the rest of the country. My father keeps hoping James will tire of playing detective and come to work for him at the bank. Don't hold your breath on that, Edith couldn't help saying. He has the same look in his eyes that Charles and my brother have. Their hearts might be on other things, such as breeding horses for your husband, she said to Maud. But neither man would be happy sitting behind a desk all day. They're men of action, and James Milburn is made from the same mold. Yes, and I believe George Rasmussen is too. Diana sent Edith a knowing look. Edith had to force her face to remain neutral. She'd caught Maud watching her with a little too much interest every time his name was mentioned. "Do you know the doctor well?" Maud asked Diana. "Not that I mind having another doctor in Lilac City, but doesn't it seem odd he's leaving his job at a prestigious hospital to work in a small town in Wyoming?" "I'm sure he wouldn't be doing it if he hadn't lost Caroline. She loved it here, just as I do, and she had more influence over Lillian." Diana sighed, sending a worried glance at her son, as though she expected him to do something inappropriate, even though the child was still toddling around. "What problems is Lillian getting into?" Maud asked. "I shouldn't have said anything." Diana flushed, looking guilty. "We're George's friends, and he's moving his family to our town. We want to help in any way we can." Edith met Maud's gaze, seeking confirmation, and she nodded. "After her mother died, Lillian was distraught. Instead of drawing closer to her father, she pushed poor George away. Not long after, a couple of new girls enrolled in Lillian's school. They put a lot of store on social status, which is ironic." Diana's voice dropped to a whisper. "They've both been caught kissing boys, and the girls are only a couple of years older than Lillian. I'm only 25, but when I watch these girls on the hunt, and there's no other way to describe what they do, it's quite scandalous." "But Lillian's not yet 15, Edith said. "Exactly," Diana agreed. Edith didn't know how much chaperonage the young people received in San Francisco. She assumed Lillian must have a governess who watched over the girl. What would happen when they moved to Lilac City, where the men outnumbered women by so much? All those cowboys looking for nothing more than a good time. Did Caroline's daughter look older than her years? If Lillian flirted with the cowhands, would one of them try to take advantage of her? Edith leaned back, feeling uneasy. How could she possibly speak of this to George without appearing to be a busybody? And yet, how could she not speak when this poor motherless girl, Caroline's daughter, might have chosen a path of ruin? A tap on the door pulled George's attention away from sorting through his office. He still saw the occasional patient there, so he couldn't very well pack everything yet. "Enter," he called. "I'm sorry to trouble you, Doctor," Lillian's governess said with a small curtsy before shutting the door. Miss Capwell's tense posture didn't bode well for whatever she wanted to talk about. George indicated the chair on the other side of the desk, but the woman shook her head. "I was already considering giving you notice, but now that your family's moving to Wyoming, I definitely am. I have no wish to live in a wild place." "Please, take a seat." George leaned back in his chair, taking slow and steady breaths, while she did as he asked. "You won't be able to talk me out of it, Doctor." Miss Capwell primly folded her hands in her lap. "I know my daughter is going through a difficult age." When the governess raised her disbelieving brows, George had to bite back a chuckle. "All right. I concede Lillian has always been headstrong,
But I thought you agreed she could improve with the proper guidance. Have you changed your mind?
No. She has a good heart if you can help her find an appropriate way to direct her energy. But I still have no desire to live in Wyoming.
I understand, George said, resigned. Have you found another position yet?
Miss Capwell dropped her gaze and nodded. So she'd either been planning to leave for a while or had received an offer for another position already.
Do you mind if I ask which family?
The Hollands.
I wish you'd told me sooner. I would have written you a letter of recommendation if you'd asked. If you need one, I still will. You've done your best with Lillian, despite her sour attitude this past year.
Thank you. The governess stood. She only started lashing out after your wife died. I'm sure she's missing her mother.
Yes, aren't we all?
He understood, regardless of how often Lillian's critical tongue had wounded him and her brothers, as though she meant to punish a house full of people who were already suffering. The logic failed him.
I wish I knew what to do to help her, but she pushes me away. Sometimes I think she blames me for the cancer.
Yes, sir. Miss Capwell's ready agreement stung. Did his daughter hold George responsible? He knew it wasn't reasonable. He'd done everything in his power to provide Caroline with the best medical care possible. It still hadn't saved her.
Can I count on you until we leave?
Well, sir...
Never mind. Go ahead with your plans.
Thank you, Doctor.
George leaned back in his chair, glad she hadn't asked for the referral, now that he'd found out Miss Capwell had meant to leave on such short notice. It would have been difficult for him to honor his word. He glanced around his office. Caroline had decorated it for him. She was everywhere in this house. It would be one of the most difficult parts of the move, leaving behind all the memories of this place. He also couldn't help thinking those same memories were weighing heavily on everyone in the family. Alfred and Stanley were both excited about the move. Lillian hadn't spoken to George since he'd made the announcement upon his return. Caroline's mother had suggested, if the girls' willful behavior continued, that there were boarding schools meant to bring such children under control. The woman had never had much patience with children, and especially adolescents. George felt that surrendering his daughter to a rigid school would be to give up on the girl. Lillian had so much potential. If only he could get through to her. At least he had dinner before the opera to look forward to. Spending the evening with Edith, the Merricks, and the Milburns tomorrow night would be a nice change. He'd had the housekeeper send over some of Caroline's ball gowns to the Milburn house to see if they could be altered to fit Edith and Maud. It'd been a pleasant surprise when they discovered that Caroline had kept one gown from when she was advanced in pregnancy with Stanley. It would be the last time he saw the gowns his wife had loved. They would donate everything else to charity. With a sigh, George went back to his paperwork and the distraction it provided. Chapter 6. Poor George's housekeeper, Diana said with a soft laugh as they finished dressing for the dinner party and opera. She must have thought he'd gone mad when he told her to prepare a dinner party while she was already packing up the house. I imagine it's because of my friendship with his wife that he's doing it. Edith was having to force herself to sit patiently while the maid did her hair. The last time it'd been done so fancily had been with Caroline. Do you think so? Diana paused, surprised. I've never thought of him as a show-off. Not showing off, no. I believe he's hosting the dinner to show me the home Caroline lived in for so many years. Edith ran her fingers down the deep green of the gown, imagining her friend having worn it. It made her seem closer. Now, that does sound like George. Diana stepped back to examine Edith.
You look lovely." "You both do," Maud said from where she sat, already dressed, her hair perfectly coiffed. "It's almost a shame we don't have opportunities to wear such nice things in Lilac City. Few women in town could afford anything nearly so nice anyway." Edith picked up her reticule. "It's been 15 years since I've worn such a fancy dress, and I imagine it'll be another 15 years before I even think about it again. Maud, do you have everything you need? I'll be happy to fetch anything." "You're spoiling me." The pregnant woman tried to rise on her own, but the extra fabric in her gown made it difficult. Edith and Diana helped her to stand. "I'm doing my job. It's not spoiling. If anything, you spoiled me by inviting me along on your trip." Edith smiled affectionately at her young friend. "I've never been to the opera, and I've only been out amongst the swells one other time." "Was George there too?" Maud asked. "He was, but he could only attend for a short time because he was called away to deal with an emergency. That was one reason Caroline had insisted I attend with her. She didn't want to be forced to leave the ball if he were called away." "As a doctor, he gets called away often," Diana said, putting on her gloves. "Like my brother and your husbands do." Edith opened the door. "I'm sure your men are downstairs grumbling about how long it's taken us to get ready. We shouldn't test their patience." But she was wrong. Both Charles and James had only glowing compliments for their wives. They even spared Edith a few kind words. Once inside the carriage, she wondered what it would be like to have someone in her life who looked at her the way these men did their wives. George came to mind, but she pushed the thought away. He was an admirable man and the husband of her good friend. This time, another thought wiggled its way to the forefront. One day he'd be ready to marry again. Caroline would want him to be with a woman who recognized his strengths and helped to support him in his life's work. Perhaps the Lord had brought them together, so Edith could help him find a good woman. That task, however, would be much easier in San Francisco than in Lilac City, with its shortage of women, eligible or not. She was one of the few unmarried women in town. "Isn't it lovely tonight?" Diana asked, peeking over Edith's shoulder at the view. "I so love San Francisco." "It's a beautiful place," Maud agreed, "and so alive." "That it is, on the surface." James lowered his voice and said something to Charles about the Barbary Coast. "What's this Barbary Coast?" Edith asked, surprised at Diana's blush. "Sorry, my dear." James patted his wife's hand. "It's a part of the city which was born during the gold rush, when tens of thousands of miners flooded the area looking for gold. Even now, the 9-block section has a lawless element. The city government has worked hard to civilize it. Unfortunately, it still keeps the officers busy." Edith met Charles's gaze and mouthed, "Red light district?" He nodded. If Maud's sister Frances had been with them, she'd have put poor Diana to the blush with questions. Frances had no patience with ignoring what was really happening in the world, even the things kept from women of gentle breeding. Evidently, either Diana or James didn't want her to know too much of what he dealt with regularly. Perhaps that was wise, considering how large San Francisco was. It would be hard for the young woman to send her beloved husband off into possible danger if she knew what he truly faced every day. Still, it made Edith glad her brother didn't try to shield her from too much. She had no interest in the gory details, but if he'd had to do a hard thing and needed to talk about it after, she was there for him. When the carriage pulled up to the front of the grand Rasmussen home, Edith found herself a little intimidated. It was lovely. She recalled from her discussions with George that Caroline's parents still owned it. When they'd moved away from San Francisco nearly a decade ago, they'd left the care of it with George and Caroline. From what he'd said, his father-in-law had only kept the house for his daughter. Was that part of the motivation to move? Was Mr. Adler selling the house? Edith realized then that in all their discussions, George had never mentioned where he and his children would stay once they'd made the move to Lilac City. Doc Weston would need his new partner to get to work right away, so George wouldn't have much time to find or have built a fitting home. Staring at the stately Victorian house, she had no doubt the Rasmussen children were used to being waited on. One of the dude ranches might be a good option while George decided what to do for a permanent home. Staying at a working ranch would be an eye-opening experience for them all. It was an in-between season for dude ranches when they had few guests. Some people enjoyed coming to the ranch in the dead of winter to enjoy the snow, but most of them came for the summer weather. Perhaps Edith should mention it to Maud. She might even think to suggest it to George. If Alfred was crazy about horses, there couldn't be a better place for him to live temporarily. Or there was always the Circle B, which was also a dude ranch. Maud's sister Doris had married the owner there, and she was currently the schoolmarm. She had the sweetest nature and was sure to welcome the Rasmussen children. However, she'd be having her own baby soon and wouldn't teach at the school much longer. "Aren't you coming?" Maud asked, looking at Edith curiously. Everyone else had already gotten out of the carriage. Edith was getting too wrapped up in George Rasmussen's problems. He was a grown man and doubtless wouldn't appreciate even an old friend stepping in to tell him how to run his own home. She accepted Charles's hand down. The front door opened and George stepped out, followed by his 3 children. Alfred stood shoulder to shoulder with his father. How could that tiny babe she delivered be almost a man now? While he looked like a younger version of George, Alfred had Caroline's fair hair. Lillian, who was the image of her mother, stood primly in a dress appropriate for her age, but she wore a put-upon expression. She obviously wanted to be somewhere else. Young Stanley's looks were a hodgepodge of his parents' features, and Edith couldn't decide which one he favored more. The boy was scanning the members of their party. When his gaze fell on Edith, his eyes widened expectantly. What had his father told Stanley about her? "Welcome," George said, and then introduced his children and the adults. "Come in, please." Once they were in the foyer, a servant stepped forward to take their coats and hats. When the children led the others to the parlor, Edith held back. "Is anything wrong?" George asked. "No, I only wanted a little time with Caroline's home." Edith's throat tightened and she patted her chest over her heart. "Does it meet with your approval?" he asked softly. "It's lovely, George, just like she was." Nodding, he glanced around the foyer as though seeing it with fresh eyes. She must have loved this house. She did. After they visited it once when she was young, it left quite the impression on her. George chuckled. She was thrilled when her parents purchased it, and even more so when they invited us to make our residence here. Caroline insisted she be allowed to remodel it, and her father agreed. The house is very much a reflection of her tastes. His expression clouded. "Will it be difficult for you to leave your memories?" Edith asked softly. "You've always had a keen eye for people. Yes, it will be hard, but also a relief. You know how I loved her. I still do. But the constant reminders of what we've lost are sometimes like a weight dragging us down." He gave a tight smile. "Memories are only part of it. Mostly I want to move for the children." "Lillian doesn't look like she's very happy right now." "She's furious with me." George's expression turned dark. "Once upon a time, only a few years ago, I was her hero. There's nothing like a child's admiration to boost a father's spirits after a hard day at work, and it's heartbreaking to lose it. I'm sure she'll eventually come around. Edith patted his arm. You're a good man and worthy of admiration. You, my dear, are a balm on the heart. He said it with a fervency which both embarrassed her and made her ache for the poor man. George was not only missing his beloved wife, but was also having to struggle with adolescent rejection. They'd reached the door to the parlor, and Edith stepped into it first. Almost immediately, Stanley approached her. Alfred said you knew Mama when he was a baby. Stanley watched her with interest. I knew your mother before Alfred was born, Edith said with a smile. In fact, I was there the night he was born. She glanced up and met Alfred's gaze. He must have been listening because he stepped forward with an extended hand. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Miss Vosburg. Mama spoke of you with great affection. Stanley held up a framed photograph which Caroline must have kept all these years. This is you standing beside Mama, isn't it? Oh, my. Edith accepted the picture almost reverently. You don't look much older than Lillian, George said from the side, studying the photo. I don't know if I was ever that young. Edith glanced over at his daughter, who stood near the window like a sullen statue. As you know, I had a hard life, and it has an unpleasant habit of forcing you to mature. She handed the picture back to Stanley. Your mother was like a sister to me, and it broke my heart when we lost touch. I'm glad to finally meet her lovely family. Perhaps you can tell me things you remember of her. Stanley lowered his voice, his tone now confidential. It's hard to remember. I'll be happy to share all kinds of stories with you. Edith glanced at Alfred. I understand you like horses. You must be sure to chat with Charles over there. His grandfather was a horse breeder back east, who left all his stock to Charles. He's having his horses brought to Wyoming this summer to begin his own stud farm. Is he? Alfred gave a quick bow before spinning on his heels to hurry to where Charles and Maud sat talking with James and Diana. George followed him. He's mad about horses, Stanley grumbled. And you're not? I thought all boys were wild about horses, Edith said. What do you enjoy? I like to sketch, but Father says I can't make a living doing that. He shot a glance at his father. What do you draw? Edith carefully spread out her skirt to prevent unnecessary wrinkles and sat in a chair. Stanley came to stand by it. Buildings. And I like to design things, but Alfred tells me it's a waste of time. Have you considered becoming an architect? At the boy's confused expression, she added, That's someone who designs buildings. I'd love to see your sketches. The boy's eyes went wide. Truly? Mama was the only one who would look at them. I'll fetch some for you. Stanley had turned to leave when a servant stepped into the room and announced the dinner was ready. The little boy's shoulders slumped. You can show them to me another time, Edith whispered before sliding her arm through his. Perhaps you would be so kind as to escort me into dinner. George had originally thought to have an adult-only dinner party. It would have especially worked well since their numbers were even. However, when he'd mentioned it to Edith, she argued that it would be a wonderful opportunity for the children to get to know more people from Lilac City. Once they arrived there, seeing familiar faces would help them not feel so alone. She'd been right about the dinner party, of course. 2 of his 3 children were already hitting it off with the guests. Still, he had to be satisfied following his youngest son as he escorted Edith into the dining room. Oh, Edith cried, dropping Stanley's arm and hurrying to George and Caroline's wedding portrait. I remember this from your home in Chicago.
I had the servants leave it up because I thought you'd enjoy seeing it.
George came to stand beside her. That was kind of you, especially knowing how everyone's working on a tight schedule for the move. I come in and look at it sometimes, Stanley said from her other side, so I can remember what she looks like.
Do you?
George asked, surprised at the admission from his youngest son.
I've done that a few times myself.
The two of you should do it together and reminisce. Perhaps you could invite Lillian and Alfred to join you. Edith turned to face the table. I'm glad to see nameplates. Master Stanley, perhaps you would assist me? Amused, George watched his son escort her to a chair and pull it out. When everyone was seated, George signaled the servants to bring in the meal. As it progressed, he studied Edith where she sat between his two sons. She encouraged them to talk about Caroline, and they did, more so than they had since her passing. George was surprised to find that hearing the boys share their memories with Edith didn't hurt as it had last year. Was it that enough time had passed and they could bear to remember? Or was it because she loved Caroline too? He glanced at Lillian, who'd barely said a word, except those which good breeding required. "What?" she hissed when she noticed him watching her.
You're not making conversation with our guests.
I'm here, which is more than I would like to be. She moved the food around her plate, but didn't take a bite.
What can I do to help you?
George kept his voice soft and neutral. Stay in San Francisco.
You know your grandfather has already sold the house. The new owners plan to move in as soon as we're vacated. Remaining in this house is not an option.
But we don't need to leave the city. All my friends are here. She glared at him. She was always such a contrast, resembling her mother physically as she did, but prickly. While Caroline had regarded George with love and admiration, his daughter had only loathing and disdain for him. It made him feel like a failure as a father and a doctor. Yet he didn't know what else he could do but leave San Francisco and his personal demons here. He feared it would be the ruination of Lillian if she continued to associate with the vicious bits of muslin she called friends.
We all need a change.
I don't. Lillian practically shouted the words, her timing unfortunate because of a break in the conversation. Her words rang in the silence.
Apologize to my guests for your lack of manners, he said softly but firmly.
I will not. She jumped to her feet and threw her napkin on her plate. You're ruining my life. Lillian then ran from the room. If Caroline had been there, she'd have gone after their daughter, but he didn't know what he could say that wouldn't make the situation worse. Stanley, can you show me where your sister's bedroom is? Edith didn't wait for an answer, but rose. All right. A knot formed in George's throat. First for Edith being willing to step in and soothe Lillian's ruffled feathers, but also for Stanley as he stood so formally. He pulled back Edith's chair and then slid his hand into hers. Chapter 7. Edith didn't expect the emotion which filled her as her dear friend's youngest son took her hand and pulled her from the dining room. It was a shame Caroline wasn't there to love and guide her daughter through this difficult age. Edith remembered all too well her own headstrong adolescent years. I'm guessing your sister doesn't want to move to Wyoming, she said as they climbed the stairs. She's angry at Papa about it. Stanley gave a resigned shrug. Of course, she's been angry at everyone since Mama died. He stopped in front of a closed door. From inside came the sounds of grumbling and crying, and even something being thrown. The boy released Edith's hand and stepped away from the door. As he backed up, he had an impish twinkle in his eyes. "Good luck." He turned and ran back down the stairs. Taking a deep breath, she tapped on the door and opened it. Something came flying at her face. Only Edith's quick reflexes let her dodge the object. It hit the door jamb and bounced off. The shoe would have left a bruise had it hit her. San Francisco has an interesting take on what it means to be a proper young lady. Edith picked up the shoe and held it up for examination. "Did you learn this at finishing school, or has your father not sent you to one yet?" The girl had the grace to look abashed, which Edith took as a good sign. The poor child had been through a great deal in the last year. "Your room is lovely." Edith stepped to the wall where a small painting hung of a young girl on a swing. It was Caroline. I've always found a person's room to reflect their true selves. Your mother had this painting in her bedroom in Chicago. She loved her grandparents' farm very much. "I hate her." Edith slowly turned around, forcing back the instinct to shake the girl. There were so many emotions in those 3 words, the most powerful being hurt. Edith said a quick prayer, pleading for the Lord to help her say the words which Lillian needed to hear. "You think she abandoned you?" Edith said softly, after a moment of thought. "She did abandon us." The girl brushed impatiently at the tears on her cheeks. "We would never have to move from San Francisco were she still here." "My mother died when I was young." "Oh, don't tell me. You understand how I'm feeling." With a huff, Lillian flopped onto her bed in a most unladylike manner. For a second, Edith wondered what it would be like to have the youngest Lancaster sister put in charge of Lillian Rasmussen. No, Frances wasn't very patient, and Edith felt a prompting she hoped came from the Lord to go easy with Lillian. Edith went over to another painting. This one over the fireplace was of the Rasmussen family sitting formally in the parlor downstairs. Caroline had shadows under her eyes, and Edith wondered why the artist hadn't removed them. Had Caroline wished to capture this time of illness as it truly was? Had she known her time with her loved ones was limited? "I wouldn't presume to tell you how you're feeling." Edith turned to face Lillian. "I didn't have as much time with my mother as you did with yours. I was younger than Stanley and just starting school. My father was never a man with many sensibilities. Suddenly, he was stuck raising a daughter alone. He wasn't very nice to me. Do you mind if I sit with you?" Edith didn't wait for a response, but sat on the bed beside Lillian and continued. "You know, until this very moment, I've never considered what it must have been like for my father. He was a hard man and heavy-handed. But I think he did care for my mother. It wasn't until her death that his drinking got out of hand." "Your father was a drunk?" Lillian's tone showed the first hint of softening. "Did he hit you?" "Many times, or at least until Abe came for a visit once. He saw a bruise on my cheek and laid into the old man. He told Pa he'd pay one of the biddies in town to send him word if I ever showed bruising again." Affection for the big man swelled in Edith's chest, and she couldn't help but glance at Lillian and grin with satisfaction at having such a defender. "Who's Abe?" "He's my half-brother. He was a man grown by the time I was born." "Oh, yes, I remember Mama telling us about him. She said he came to Chicago to visit you, and that he looked like a giant bear. She said he even wore a bearskin coat." "Yes, he did, now that you mention it." Edith chuckled softly. "He doesn't have it anymore. Not since I started keeping house for him. Now he leaves the bearskins as wall hangings and blankets. But he's a big man, both tall and well-built. When he threatened our father, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that Abe meant it. Did your father drink less? No. But he sold me into an apprenticeship with the local midwife when I was a little older than you. He sold you? Lillian's eyes had gone wide with shock. That's against the law. It's slavery. Well, yes and no. Taking money and forcing a 15-year-old kid into a trade isn't all that uncommon, even in this new century. I was fortunate the woman I worked with was a decent employer. She'd pay my father for my services, but I had to work that money off. I didn't earn any wages, but she taught me her trade. Do you still deliver babies, or did you stop when you married? I never married, but I also didn't stay a midwife, though I still help out here and there. I taught school for a while, and that's where I met your mother. She was doing a favor for a neighbor by picking up her little boy from my school. Edith gave a heavy sigh, recalling that first meeting and the instant friendship which had developed. Even though I wasn't dressed like I am tonight, in this fancy gown, I was just a poor schoolmarm, remember? Your mother treated me just like she would have someone in her class. I think that's why she was such an amazing woman. She saw people as people and didn't judge them by an artificial status. Lillian had turned quiet, and Edith glanced at her. The girl's eyes shone with unshed tears. Not sure if she would rebuff her, Edith put her arm across her shoulders. Lillian turned her face into Edith's chest and sobbed. Caroline's daughter. Edith held the girl and rocked, whispering words of comfort. Finally, she calmed and straightened. Staring at the wet fabric of Edith's gown, Lillian blinked. Was that my mother's? Yes, and Maud is also wearing one. Edith's voice broke. It gives me surprising comfort to be wearing a dress again that belonged to your mother. She told Lillian about the other time she'd worn one of Caroline's gowns. What would I have lost if your mother had only cared about money and social status? I never thought about it that way. Lillian looked thoughtful. Mother had many friends here, but I can't recall her ever speaking of them the way she did about you. She said once that you were the sister she never had. She was that for me, too. Edith sighed. I'm glad you're wearing Mother's gown. If she's watching from heaven, I think it will make her happy. The girl pointed to Edith's shoulder. But I've crushed the satin. You can't go out in public like that. Oh, sweetheart, I'm not worried about it. But what will people say? What do I care about what strangers think? Edith asked simply. I don't know any of them, and I'll be leaving here in a few days anyway. They'll talk if my father arrives in the company of a woman with a crumpled gown. Lillian said it with such honest innocence and concern that Edith hugged her. Reasonable people who aren't stuck up would be curious about who'd cried on my shoulder. They would likely have compassion. Edith brushed back a strand of hair from the girl's face. I don't have time for folks who won't bother to reason it out. I won't let such shallow people dictate the way I live my life. But it could make a difference for my father if people think poorly of him and refuse to have him care for them in the hospital. Well, that sounds like a kind of prison to me, and it makes me glad your father's getting out of it. I can't wait to introduce you to my friend Frances. She's Mrs. Merrick's younger sister, and she's a cowgirl. A cowgirl? Lillian sat straighter, her eyes widening. I thought those were only in stories. Oh, no. She rides and shoots and bosses those cowhands around like she was the foreman, even before she got married. Edith chuckled. She never lets other people's opinions on how a woman should dress and behave dictate how she lives her life. And a man was willing to marry her that way? Lillian asked, disbelieving. Oh, her husband is mad about her, just as she is. He's declared he doesn't want to change a thing. It's not ladylike at all. You sound as though you approve. I do. Frances does what she loves, and I think she's brave to do it, even though some people don't approve. And even in Lilac City, there are plenty who don't approve. Are you doing what you love? That's a hard one to answer. Edith smoothed the fabric on her skirt. I love being near my brother and being able to care for him. He's old enough to be my father, and he's been living as a lonely bachelor all his adult life. Our schoolmarm, she's another of Mrs. Merrick's sisters, by the way, is expecting a baby this summer. The school board has approached me about taking over the teaching. Lillian straightened. You? The schoolmarm? It might not be so terrible to move there if I knew one of the teachers. You dear girl. Edith gave the girl a quick hug. There's only one teacher. Lillian's brows creased in confusion. But how can there be only one? It's a one-room schoolhouse. Lilac City is a small town. For a long time, there weren't many women, but things are changing. All those cowboys are getting married and starting families. In 5 years, I'm sure they'll need to consider another teacher, probably one for the older scholars and the other for the little ones. There are so few students? Yes, but there's also a lot to be said for knowing almost everyone in town, and Lilac City has a lot of good people. Lillian went still for a second and then smiled. You would be my teacher then, wouldn't you? Likely. I'd been thinking of offering to help the midwife, what with how busy she and Doc Weston have been. Now that your father's moving to town, I don't think I'll be needed. I don't know if I can bear to move. The sad tone in the poor girl's voice about broke Edith's heart. Moving can be hard. I know. I'd only been in Chicago a few days. I didn't know anyone and felt very alone. Edith smiled, thinking back to that day so long ago. Fortunately, that's when I met your mother for the first time. Bless her heart. As I mentioned, she'd gone to my school to pick up a neighbor's child. She'd skipped lunch because of nausea. She was expecting Alfred, and fainted outside the school where I taught. If I hadn't been standing nearby to catch her, she'd have cracked her head good. Oh, my goodness! What did you do? Lillian asked her, her face now alight with interest. George stood outside his daughter's bedroom, listening to Edith reminisce. It had appalled him that day, upon arriving, to find Caroline being tended by a young woman wearing a clean but patched dress. At first he'd wondered if his wife had hired a new servant, but then Edith had spoken. While she lacked a refined manner of speech, she'd carried herself well. When he'd asked what had happened to his wife, Edith had surprised him by explaining using medical terms. Upon further questioning, he discovered the chit of a girl had previously worked as a midwife, but had taken a job teaching school in Chicago. She'd proven herself an excellent student and teacher, and Caroline had taken her under her wing. His wife had described Edith as being like a sponge, soaking up every bit of knowledge and advice Caroline had offered about speech and comportment. When she'd suggested books to read for further education, Edith had latched on to the list. That had been when George realized his wife intended to bring her new friend with them to a social function. He would never forget how nervous both women had been to attend the play. George smiled at the memory. If only Caroline could see how her protégée had grown into a woman who could be both practical and elegant when the situation warranted it. As he listened to Edith talk about possibly teaching school again, something in her voice told him she wasn't quite satisfied with that scenario. She'd mentioned possibly working with the local midwife, something she was no longer considering because of him. A twinge of guilt stabbed at George. Had it been difficult for her to give up her independence to come to Lilac City to keep house for her brother? Did her discontent come because it wasn't her own home and family she cared for? A bachelor brother wasn't the same as a husband and children. Besides, George doubted Abe needed much looking after, not after living on his own for so many years. It must create some interesting tension in the home, considering how independent they both were. "I really should get back downstairs," Edith said with a rustling of skirts. "I would enjoy your company at dinner, if you're willing." "My father will make me apologize." Lillian gave one of her martyred sighs, but there was a lift to her voice which had been missing previously. "That was one of the most grown-up things I had to learn," Edith said. "Apologizing?" "Oh, yes. It was when your mother first started teaching me decorum." At the sound of steps approaching the door, George quickly and quietly tiptoed away. Chapter 8. Edith opened her eyes, fully awake. It must still be the wee hours of the morning. Listening, she couldn't hear what might have wakened her. San Francisco was much noisier than Lilac City, that was for sure. What an evening it had been at the opera. San Francisco had truly been at its finest. Even in Chicago with Caroline and George, there hadn't been such a parade of ladies dressed in fine gowns. The cost of the finery and the jewels they'd worn would have bought farms for every person in Lilac City. They'd all come to see Caruso. The opera itself hadn't been what Edith had expected. Caruso's voice couldn't make up for him singing in another language. She'd had no idea what had been going on in the story. Her mind drifted to George. He'd been so attentive, his manners exquisite, and kind and thoughtful and handsome. Edith had been so captivated with him she hadn't once considered looking among the other ladies for a prospective wife for him. Edith sighed. What a sad puppy she was turning into. But what was she supposed to do when he'd look at her and something would spark between them? It was happening every time, and it was growing stronger. Her life would be so much simpler if George were to stay here with his family when she returned to Lilac City, because a tiny bit of something which looked a lot like hope was growing in her heart. She allowed herself to imagine him leaning in as though to kiss her. Edith let her imagination run wild. Thinking about him caused her heart to thump so rapidly it made breathing difficult, and Edith felt lightheaded. For the first time, she understood how some women could swoon when wearing corsets. But no, she must stop thinking about George like that. Frustrated with herself and her schoolgirl fantasy, she thrust herself out of bed. The Milburns had given her a room in the attic. She had to climb more stairs to reach it, but it also came with an incredible view of the city. She wrapped a shawl around her shoulders before going to the window and opening it. San Francisco had an almost haunting allure at night, partially shrouded as it was by fog. She didn't know if she could ever get used to the mists which crept over the hills and flowed down the streets. Sometimes the fog shrouded everything, but not tonight. It didn't hide the city, but softened the lights, blurring them to a shimmer. In the distance, the clang of a trolley car drifted to her, and Edith thought she could make out noises from the distant bay. Whatever else would happen, she must be practical. There would be no way to avoid the Rasmussen family in Lilac City. In truth, she didn't wish to. Time would cool her silly schoolgirl crush. Once that happened, it would be lovely to have the family there. It must have broken Caroline's heart to know she would have to leave them behind. Here was an opportunity for Edith to give back to her friend and help her children make the change to a very different way of life. Edith yawned. She really should try to get more sleep. Letting out a breath, she closed the window and crawled back into the bed. While the others were likely to sleep in, young J.J. would not, and Edith couldn't sleep when a child was awake in the house. As she was pulling up her quilt, a loud roaring began. It came from deep below her, and the room shook as though she stood on the platform when a train came by. What was happening? The bed rocked so violently she thought it might flip over. Trembling with shock and fear, she tried to roll out. It flung her back. At the sound of breaking glass, Edith pulled the heavy quilt over her head. She'd just been standing at that window moments ago. The entire house shuddered like it was in the throes of a seizure. Cracking above was followed by something hitting her. Edith curled into herself, cocooned in the down of the blanket, and prayed the house wouldn't collapse. Nearby, more cracking was followed by the sound of breaking wood and more shattering glass. It all stopped. For a second, everything went still. Then her brain took in the sound of yowling cats and barking dogs coming from outside, and screams. With trembling hands, Edith carefully lifted the quilt from her, and bits of plaster slid to the floor. Dust filled the room, making it hard to see the damage in the dimness of early morning. Coughing, she pulled the neck of her nightgown up to cover her mouth. A cool breeze swirled the haze enough for her to see where the window had been, right where she'd been standing just minutes ago. The entire wall, where the fireplace had once been, had collapsed, leaving her a macabre vista of the city. Fighting a sense of panic, she tried to remember which rooms were under the tower room. She thought it might be a series of closets on the ground floor, and hopefully the second as well. There shouldn't have been anyone there at this hour. But had other chimneys come down as well? What about George and his family? Wary of the broken glass scattered on the floor, Edith found her slippers and put them on. She tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. The room seemed slightly askew and must have jammed during the shaking.
Edith,
Charles called from the lawn outside.
are you all right?
Yes! She hurried to where the edge of the floor now stopped at a gaping hole. He stood just beyond a messy pile of bricks, broken wood, and the shredded remains of her room's curtain. She asked, her voice trembling, "Is everyone all right?"
Yes, everyone's safe, but you must come down from there. James tells me there are things called aftershocks, and some of them can be almost as bad as the original earthquake.
Earthquake? Of course, that's what it'd been. "The door's jammed," she said. "I can't get out." Charles muttered something under his breath and then said,
"Let me see what tools we can find. You should gather your belongings while you wait."
"Good idea." He strode away, and she took a moment to scan the neighborhood. People were milling in the street, while others huddled fearfully in clumps. Edith looked beyond them at the now excellent view from her room. At a glance, San Francisco almost looked like itself, except for the dust which blurred everything. Then the morning breeze gusted. It was as though someone had pulled back a curtain. The haze cleared, and the damage became obvious. Many buildings which had once supported spires or chimneys no longer did. Some buildings were like the James home, with a collapsed wall, while the rest of the structure remained intact. In some locations, entire buildings had crumbled. What had happened to the people sleeping inside? Tears stung Edith's eyes, and she wasn't sure how much was caused by the lingering dust in the room. In the distance, beyond the Market Street area, smoke trails rose in the sky. She glanced over her shoulder to the bedside table where a clock had sat. It now lay on the floor, its face cracked, the hands stopped at 15 minutes after 5. Edith turned back to stare at the city once more. Working-class people would have been awake, their fires started and oil lamps lit. She recalled the drive from the docks upon their arrival. So many wooden buildings. A sick sense of dread settled in her stomach. The cool, early morning breeze made Edith shiver. She glanced again at the growing columns of smoke and said a prayer. James, as a member of the local police force, would be called in to help rescue people. Charles undoubtedly would accompany him. She faced her room again to make an evaluation. Fortunately, her portmanteau sat in the corner of the room, which had suffered the least damage. She pulled out the split skirt Frances had insisted Edith bring along. She had a feeling they were going to be doing a lot of work today, and probably for many days to come. The decorative partition she'd used as a dressing room was still intact. She set it up for privacy, though the missing wall made for a chilly experience. By the time she'd finished, Charles and James were working outside her door. She'd just closed the lid to her now packed portmanteau when Charles called out to her. "Back away from the door, Edith." She hurried behind the partition again, having expected the need to break the wood. It simply didn't fit the opening any longer. They made quick work of it. The two men grabbed her luggage and hurried from the room. While she had the height advantage, Edith paused for another look at the city. The dust was now obviously smoke, and much worse. There were more sections with clouds of smoke, some large enough she thought she could make out flames. This was not good. Approaching the downstairs parlor, she heard voices and found Charles and James dressing to go outside. Maud, pale and shaken, lay on a chaise lounge, her hands on her belly. Edith went to her immediately. "But how can you leave us?" Diana asked her husband, holding little JJ close, her face tear-stained. "I don't want to, but it's my responsibility. There are people trapped in those buildings." James pulled the two of them close, and Edith looked away from the painful exchange. "May I have a word?" Charles indicated Edith should follow him. When she did, he pointed to a rifle leaning against the wall and said, "Abe told me you know how to use one of those." "Yes." She picked it up and checked that it was loaded. "I'm not as good a shot as Frances, but I'm not bad. I hit what I aim at. Are you expecting looters?" "As you've seen, San Francisco is broken. I'm afraid the thin layer of polite behavior won't last. Oh, and James mentioned that pipes often break in quakes, so I'd suggest you fill up the bathtubs." "That means the gas lines have probably broken," Edith said, trying to think of the potential dangers. "James already turned off the gas to the house, but don't use the fireplaces either. They'll have to be checked before we can use them." "Yes." Edith's mind immediately went to options for preparing food without being able to cook it. "You and James be careful." "We will." He glanced at Maud with concern. "She's been having more cramps." Charles turned to Edith and met her gaze, the stark fear there wrenching her gut. "Please watch out for them." Them. He meant his wife and his unborn child. "Of course I will." Edith said a silent prayer the Lord would help her keep that promise. While the ladies bid tearful goodbyes to their husbands, Edith hurried into the bathroom. As she rinsed the tub and started filling it, she wondered again about George. Were he and his family safe? She went from there to the second bathroom and began filling that tub too. "Diana," Edith said, returning to the parlor, "I doubt your maid is going to make it here today." "I'm worried about her." Diana wrung her hands. "She lives in Oakland and takes the ferry." "Considering the state of things, I believe it could be a while before we know. I should check on your immediate neighbors. You can tidy up your home and keep an eye on Maud while I'm gone." Diana shot a fearful glance at Maud, who reclined with her eyes closed. She still had her hands on her belly. "I won't go far," Edith said. "With my medical experience, I must see if I can be of some use." Diana nodded. I'm afraid to go in the part of the house that collapsed. I had time to look at things upstairs, where I was filling the tubs. Your home held up well, considering the shaking it took. The only reason the back was damaged was because the chimney collapsed. If we close the doors to block off that section, we should be able to keep out the elements while we wait. Well, and close the curtains over the broken windows, of course. Edith gave her arm a comforting pat. I'd suggest you make an inventory of food first. Can you brave the kitchen?
Yes.
Diana's expression turned thoughtful. Since we aren't allowed to cook inside, we'll want to eat the perishables first. Good thinking. I won't go far. How long can we stay here? As long as it's safe. With all the rubble in the streets, it'll be some time before they're cleared enough for easy travel. Edith's mind burst into images of just how much work it would take to put San Francisco back together again. She wished she could see better from the tower room. Does your husband have any field glasses?
Yes, I'll fetch them.
Diana hurried away. I'll check the water. Edith went into the second bathing room and found the water had already stopped. In total, they had a tub and a half of water. She'd have to let Diana know to ration it.
What are you thinking?
Maud asked when Edith returned to the parlor.
I can tell you're worried.
The phone lines are down.
Are you worried about George and his family?
Edith found the teasing note in Maud's voice encouraging despite the dreadful situation.
Yes, but I was also wishing we could send word to our families. I imagine news of a disaster this size will reach Lilac City eventually.
Edith went to Maud and pressed the back of her fingers to the woman's forehead. How are you feeling? Charles said you're having cramps.
The same ones I've been having for weeks. They're just uncomfortable.
Your body is doing calisthenics to get ready for pushing out that baby, Edith said, and her friend smiled at the whimsy. Just let me know if they change or if you have any spotting.
I found them.
Diana hurried into the room carrying her son and some field glasses. Thank you, Edith said, accepting them. Since we don't know how long we'll need to remain here, we should make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Be aware we have a limited amount of water, so let's save that for drinking and use as little for cleaning the dishes as we can. She gave Maud a stern look. If you help, keep the lifting to a minimum. Yes, doctor. Grinning, Edith said, I'm going to check on the neighbors. I'll be back in a bit. Like the Milburn home, the people in the nearby houses were mostly shaken up. Edith wrapped up an arm for one man. He'd tripped over debris and might have broken it. Not wanting to stray too far, she returned to the Milburn house. After checking on Maud and Diana, Edith took the field glasses up to her room. More areas were burning. Had all the water mains broken? How could they put out fires without water? San Francisco covered a lot of acreage, much of it hilly. Would the topography help or hinder the spread of the fires? It certainly would make it more difficult on those fighting them. How long would it take for the flames to reach this part of the city? Her mind conjured images of the 3 women and a little boy on foot. What if Maud went into labor, and that JJ was a little pistol at times and difficult to keep track of? If the 4 of them had to flee, how would they get word to the men? How were George and his family faring? Edith let out a slow breath. They should prepare for a possible journey, just in case. Their immediate need, however, was a way to cook outdoors. Leaving the field glasses in the room so she wouldn't have to keep carrying them up and down the stairs, Edith went to check on the others. I wonder if I could make a cook stove using the bricks from the old fireplace, she said, entering the kitchen. That's a good idea. Maud glanced up from where she sat at the table, dusting off what remained of Diana's crockery, and asked, But where would you set it up? Before Edith could answer, the house trembled again. With a cry, Diana grabbed her sleeping son. Edith put an arm around Maud's waist, and the 3 women rushed from the house. The shaking wasn't very severe and didn't last long. but a few more bricks tumbled down. After exchanging sheepish glances with the neighbors who'd also run from their homes, they went back inside. The three of them made excellent progress putting the house back in order, only periodically having to run outside for a mild shake. They put together a cold lunch. After they'd eaten, Maud, Diana, and JJ went to the parlor to rest. Edith returned to the attic room. She couldn't see Market Street now for the black smoke, and other sections of the city were obviously in flames. How could the fire department possibly cope with that? The field glasses showed a stream of refugees heading toward the hills. Perhaps they would have news. She hurried down the stairs, slowing to tiptoe past the parlor, and went out the front door. "Do you have any word?" she called to the people trudging up the street.
"Market Street will fall before nightfall," a man said, his face and clothing sooty.
"The only water down there's from the bay," his female companion added, "but there's no electricity to pump it very far."
The man must have seen the worry in Edith's face because he said, "General Funston's brought men from the Presidio to help. We won't be alone long. We need to keep moving."
Edith felt bad about letting them continue without offering them something. "We have some water. I can give you each a drink."
"No, you'll be needing that for your people, ma'am. We have family a couple of blocks away, but thank you."
"Thank you for the information." Edith turned to go back into the house when a policeman on horseback came into view. A few neighbors had come out of their houses to watch the refugees, and he was asking them something. The male neighbors nodded and hurried back to their homes. The officer approached Edith.
"You have any menfolk here, ma'am?" he asked, scanning the house.
"No. This is the home of Detective James Milburn. He and a male guest left this morning to help."
"Good man. He doesn't happen to own an automobile, does he?"
"No, only a carriage. He and Charles left on the horses."
"All right, ma'am. Thank you."
"What do you need automobiles for?" she asked.
"Hauling dynamite."
Edith went cold. "You're taking dynamite into a fire area?"
"They're going to make a fire break by blowing up a building."
The man glanced at the house.
"Was your carriage damaged in the quake?"
"I don't believe so. Why?"
"If we can get enough horses, we may need to requisition it. We have injured people just lying in the grass at Portsmouth Square. They're setting up refugee camps in some of the other parks and at the Presidio."
He glanced back toward the Market Street area.
"If the fire moves this way, you'll need to skedaddle on foot."
"Let me know before someone takes the carriage," Edith said. "I have a rifle for protection, and I'd hate to shoot someone as a looter."
The man grinned. "Will do, ma'am." He put a finger to his cap and rode off to the next house.
The usual soft breeze turned into a gust, typical of San Francisco afternoons. It came from the bay near the area on fire, bringing with it a powerful smell of smoke, and the air seemed warmer than it had. Was it her imagination? Another gust brought cinders with it, dropping char everywhere. Edith covered her mouth and hurried back into the house. How in heaven's name was she going to get everyone out of danger if they had to flee? Her thoughts immediately went to George and his family. They were closer to Nob Hill. Was it safer there? With the wind picking up, was anywhere safe? Chapter 9. George ran his fingers through his hair. They'd been fortunate that the old house had been so well built. The only thing that had come down in the earthquake had been part of a chimney at the back of the house. Even so, inside was a mess. None of the servants had come in, and he had no way to know if they were all right. Or if Edith and her friends were. Most likely Milburn would have gone to help the police. A former Pinkerton man like Charles would likely have gone with him, which meant Edith and the other ladies were alone.
"Father,"
Alfred said softly, pulling George from his thoughts,
"I know you're worried about Miss Edith." I'm worried about a lot of things.
George had spent most of the day tending the injured in his neighborhood. Word that he was doctoring people must have gotten out because folks from outlying neighborhoods had begun to arrive at his front door. He couldn't very well leave the injured untended, yet he had to check on the ladies at the Milburn house.
I could take the carriage to fetch her and her friends here.
Alfred wouldn't quite meet his father's gaze. What was he thinking?
What else would you do?
George asked suspiciously.
I've been watching from the tower all morning. I'm sure they need help to put out the fires. You're only a boy. I'm almost a man, and I can help.
George admired his son's willingness, but there was no way he could let him go off by himself.
Then help me. I'm no doctor. No, but you can watch out for Lillian and Stanley while I go be a doctor.
Father, Alfred scowled, disbelieving. George didn't know what to do.
We can't both go and leave Lillian and Stanley alone. I think you should come up to the tower and see what's happening.
Alfred pulled the field glasses from around his neck and held them out to George.
It's not good, if you insist.
George accepted them and wearily made his way up the 2 flights of stairs. The large attic room had been a play area for the children when they were younger, mostly because of the little tower with the cupola at the front. All the windows had shattered in the earthquake, but the children had swept the shards into a corner. George glanced up and found Stanley and Lillian bundled in their coats, sitting on the circular bench he'd built years ago. Because of the view of the city it afforded, they used to gather there as a family on pleasant evenings. He'd not been up there since Caroline's death. "Did you bring the field glasses back?" his daughter asked, looking at Alfred indignantly.
"I have them."
George looped the string around his neck and climbed up the spiral ladder. He slid between his 2 youngest children, and Lillian extended her hand for the binoculars.
"Let Father see how bad it is first," Alfred said, sitting on the bench.
Lillian huffed, but Stanley nodded. So George looked out on what was left of San Francisco. His stomach knotted, and he thought he might be ill. He'd been so busy mending people, he'd not allowed himself to think of the broader damage. The broken buildings and twisted streets were bad enough. Now the city was in flames, and the afternoon winds had kicked up, bringing with them the smell of smoke and heat. How badly must it be burning to heat the air this far away?
"If you all insist on watching this," he said, "you must dampen handkerchiefs and cover your mouths and noses."
Coughing, Lillian stood and grasped the wrought iron ladder. As she moved a foot to the first rung, something bright ripped through the smoke in the distance, followed by a roar. His daughter stumbled. George dropped the field glasses to reach for her, but Alfred caught her first. "What was that?" she gasped.
"I don't know."
George pulled up the glasses again. Where a broken building used to stand, blackened chunks were dropping to earth. A trail of refugees scurried away in the distance while a shower of sparks and bits of the structure fell around them.
"Could a gas main have blown?"
Alfred asked, helping his sister to climb down the ladder again. The wind shifted, and George was sure he saw army uniforms.
"Or they blew it up on purpose, probably to create a firebreak."
He shifted to look beyond the docks and thought he could make out a ferry. They, at least, appeared to be working. The Milburn house lay between the fire and his home.
"Alfred, you're correct. We must see about bringing Miss Edith and her friends here. We're much farther from the fire."
"I'll go."
"No, it doesn't look good out there. I won't send you alone. We'll all have to go."
George dropped the field glasses.
"But first, we must arm ourselves."
Edith and Diana considered all the items in her home with wheels. Even with the curtains drawn, they'd found it necessary to cover their mouths and noses with damp hankies. It was approaching dinner time, and there'd been no word from either of the men. The heat from the fires was getting worse, and the street out front now had a trail of refugees. She'd had to use the rifle more than once to keep some men from breaking into the house. Even now, Maud sat on the chaise lounge with the rifle, just in case. They'd put a large bottle of water and food in the smallest baby tram. It was fortunate Diana had recently received another larger one. Edith wished there was a wheeled chair large enough for Maud to sit in. She hadn't complained, but she'd grown increasingly pale as the day had worn on. She must be sick with worry about Charles. Outside, a horse neighed. A man's voice shouted at someone to back away. Edith dashed to the sofa. She took the rifle Maud was holding out to her. In a move that was familiar to all of them now, Diana had rushed to the front door and opened it a crack, using it as a barrier to hide behind. Through the slit, Edith recognized the Rasmussen coach. "It's George!" she cried and dashed out the door. Someone was trying to take control of the horses from Alfred. The struggle had upset the animals, and the motion was keeping George from being able to get a good aim at the offender. All while Stanley and Lillian screamed from inside. Edith fired her rifle into the air. Alfred managed to keep the horses in check, and the ruffian ran away. After a quick glance at his son, George leapt from the carriage and hurried to her. He smelled of smoke, and his face had smears of soot, and he'd never looked so handsome. "I've been worried sick about you all day," she cried, almost throwing her arms around his neck. Edith remembered in time that this was her dear friend's husband, and stepped back. She looked at the children who were watching from the coach window and called, "Are you all right?" "We've come to bring you home with us," Alfred said, his chest puffing. "But we'd best hurry," George said. "The army wants the horses and carriage." "And others do as well, it appears," Edith added dryly, already backing toward the house. "You stand guard. Lillian and Stanley, can you two help me? Mrs. Merrick hasn't been feeling well all day." The two jumped from the coach and hurried to the house. It was a good thing the women had already packed the essentials. While Edith helped Maud outside, Diana and the children made quick work of transferring the supplies to the carriage. George had needed to point his rifle at more than one person. It seemed the crowds were turning more violent as the sun sank, sandwiching them between the brilliant sunset and the red flames of the burning city. "Latch the doors," Edith said to Maud, handing her a pistol George had provided, "and close the curtains." "You be careful up there." Edith turned and reached up to George, who pulled her beside him. Grateful for her split skirts, she climbed over Alfred and took position on his other side. She held the rifle menacingly at anyone who looked their way. It was fortunate the Rasmussens owned a closed carriage. Her eyes burned from the smoke as much as the sad procession of homeless people. She thought she could hear the distant crackle of the fire, and the heat had made the early April evening unnaturally warm. Pulling away from the Milburn home, she watched the refugees. Edith knew she'd never forget this night, not the images in her mind, nor the sounds of people dragging what few possessions they could along the streets. The prams left on Diana's front lawn were already gone. Edith would have expected more panic or fear. Most of the faces were stunned exhaustion, and it broke her heart. "Take the back way," George said to his son. Alfred must have known a way through the smaller, less traveled streets. The need to drive around all the debris made it a long trip. No one challenged them until they hit Van Ness, where a river of people made their way away from the fire. If George had been alone with his rifle, a small group of men might have taken the carriage. Alfred smacked one with the whip, and as soon as Edith and George fired into the ground at their feet, the men ran away. The coach was only a block from George's house when a soldier on horseback stopped them and demanded the horses and carriage. "No, but let me explain," George said. The officer started to pull his revolver, but Edith lifted her rifle. The men with him raised theirs. "You can have the coach and horses in 5 minutes," she said. "I'm a doctor," George added quickly. "We've got a pregnant woman in there and young children. We merely need to get them to my home where I've been treating injured people. Please, 5 minutes. Have the person you mean to drive it follow us." Edith hadn't lowered her rifle. The man who was pointing his at her leaned over to his commander and said, "I don't really want to shoot a woman, sir." "Or be shot by one?" She forced some humor into her voice. "You're just trying to do your job and save people, but so are we, and we will cooperate, but not until we get to Dr. Rasmussen's home." "All right," the officer nodded toward the man who'd spoken. "Coggs and Wallace, you go with them." "Thank you," she and George said at the same time, lowering their weapons. Alfred snapped the whip above the horses, and they surged forward. He said softly, "Wow, Edith, is this how they make women in Wyoming?" She chuckled and glanced at the soldier who was keeping pace with them. "Are you Coggs or Wallace?" "Coggs." "Do you have any word on the situation?" "They're having to move the refugees from Union Square," he said. "And Portsmouth Square," Wallace added. Edith had no idea where those places were, but George nodded. "The mayor's ordered a curfew after dark," Coggs said. "We'll be looking for looters and have orders to shoot them without mercy." "I don't envy you that job," she said. "But I'm glad to hear you're working to keep the people lawful." "Here it is," George said. "Dr. Rasmussen, I'm so glad you're back," a heavy-set elderly woman called, lumbering their way. "My niece and her family made it to my house, but they have some injuries I'd like you to see to." "Sounds like you have your work cut out for you, Doc." Coggs was already getting off his horse and handing the reins to Wallace. "I'll see what I can do, Mrs. Lawrence," George said, jumping from the carriage. "But I must tend to these people first." The coach door opened, and Stanley scrambled out. "She's not looking so good, Father." When Edith started to jump down, Coggs held out a hand to help. "Thank you," she said. "I'm glad I didn't have to shoot you." He gave her a lopsided grin. "Same here, ma'am." Another man rode up then and identified himself as belonging to the Citizens Patrol. "You mustn't light any fires, including lamps and candles." "Then I'd best hurry and check on Mrs. Lawrence's family." George turned to Edith and took her hand. "Can you check on Maud? I'll be back as soon as I can." "I'd already planned on it. Do what you must." "Thank you." George's gaze held Edith's for a second with an unexpected intensity. It about stole her breath away. Maud groaned, and Edith turned to her, almost grateful for the distraction. "Let's get you inside where I can check you. Boys, get everything out of the carriage so Mr. Coggs can use it to rescue people." Edith waved to Lillian. "Can you help by tending JJ? I may need his mother's help." The girl swallowed, but nodded. Edith gave her a quick hug. "Come along, Diana. At least you've had a baby. Let's hope Maud isn't going to have hers yet." Chapter 10. Edith wondered what the Rasmussen family had done all day, because the entry hall was a disaster. It was fortunate so much packing had already taken place. "Let's get you into the front parlor, Maud." The poor woman groaned, and Edith put her arm around her. How long had Maud been silently struggling? "Lillian, can you open the curtains so we can have some light in here?" Edith had to brush plaster dust and debris from a settee before helping Maud to lie on it. "Are these different from your other pains?" "Yes." Maud leaned back with a sigh, looking very much like a woman in between birthing pains. "The earthquake broke almost all the windows," Lillian warned, pulling back the drapes on one side of the bay window. Light washed into the room. not bright, but with an ominous red glow shining from the horizon to the east. The smoky wind carried char, and all of them coughed. "Keep the lace curtains drawn," Edith said, clearing her throat. "It will provide us with some light, but keep out the worst of that horrible dust." "I'm not your maid," Lillian grumbled. And Edith had thought they'd come to an understanding the night before. She straightened and gave the girl a hard look. "If you won't help, you may leave. A birthing is no place for children, anyway." "I'm not a child." Lillian shifted as though she'd been about to stomp her foot, but had barely stopped herself. "Then don't act like one. If you haven't noticed, the world has fallen apart." Edith turned to Stanley. "I need someone responsible, Stanley, someone I can count on. Mrs. Milburn will have to help me, which means someone must tend her son. Can you do that?" "Of course." The boy stood taller, sending his older sister a superior glance. "I'll do whatever you need." Lillian huffed. "I can help, too." Edith saw something in the girl's eyes and recognized what her tantrum covered. Fear. The poor thing had survived a terrible earthquake and the shattering of her life, and had just gone through a harrowing coach ride. "Thank you." Edith sent the girl a grateful glance. At the softer words, the girl's bravado seemed to swirl away, like the San Francisco fog, leaving behind a frightened child with tears glistening in her eyes, her bottom lip trembling. "Oh, sweetheart." Edith pulled Caroline's daughter into her arms and held her close for a second. "That was scary, wasn't it?" "The entire day has been scary," Lillian sniffed. "Why is God doing this to us?" "I don't believe He caused this." "But He let it happen." "Life is full of trials and hardships. Whenever I'm going through a rough patch, and believe me, I've lived through some hard things before, I trust the good Lord has a plan for me. We learn through adversity, so I ask myself what I'm supposed to learn from this." Lillian shook her head doubtfully. "We're not in heaven yet, and I'm a firm believer in something your mother once quoted to me. 2 people can do anything if one of them is God." "Yes." The girl's face lifted. "I'd almost forgotten that." "We're better off than the people in the streets. We're uninjured, and we have a roof over our heads." Edith sent a brief prayer that their situation would stay this way. "And we have a friend who needs us." She nodded toward Maud, who was holding her belly again, her face pinched with pain. "Can I count on your help?" Lillian nodded. "I'm sorry I was a brat." "Thank you again." Edith took the girl by the shoulders and whispered, "I need you to understand this is a serious situation. The baby isn't due until June." "Oh, no." The girl sent a furtive glance at Maud. "Will it die?" "I hope not, but the baby isn't the only one in danger. There can be complications for her." The girl's face blanched. "Could they both die?" "Not if I can help it, and if the Lord is willing." "Then I'll pray it's not Mrs. Merrick's time to go." "Thank you." "I'll pray with you," Diana said from behind them. "Good. We need all the help we can get." They said a quick prayer. When they'd unclasped their joined hands, Alfred called out from the window where he'd taken up guard. "Father's at their door, but Mr. Lawrence is holding him back." Edith rushed to the front door and opened it, grateful it only dragged a little. The sun had gone down, but the glow from the distant fire gave everything an eerie reddish hue. She wished she'd thought to dampen her handkerchief again to cover her nose and mouth. Remembering the warning about the curfew, she stayed on the covered porch, cupped her mouth, and called out to the arguing men. "George, I think Maud's baby is coming. We need you here." "He mustn't leave, ma'am," the neighbor yelled back. "It's dark, and there's a curfew. They could shoot him as a looter." When Edith moved to the top step, George called, "Don't come down," his voice now full of alarm. What had happened to all the people fleeing the fires? Were they camping out on people's lawns along the route to a city park? "Well, run across then." "Pretend you've caught a pass like a football, Father," Alfred called. Taking a deep breath, George charged out into the street. Edith couldn't help herself but stepped off the porch. He just reached his home front walk when the sound of horses came around the corner. "What are you doing, Dr. Rasmussen?" the man in the lead shouted. Breathing heavily and walking backward toward Edith, George explained. The man shook his head. "What a lot of foolishness. What if it had not been me here and recognizing you? There are crazy people out tonight, and I can't guarantee another patrol wouldn't have shot the lot of you. Now get back inside your homes at once and don't let me catch any of you peeking outside until daylight." "Thank you." George had reached Edith. He took her hand and they hurried into the house. Once they were inside, Edith said to Diana, "Now the doctor's here. Perhaps you can see to the children?" "I would much prefer that anyway." The woman stood with her young son's hand in hers, bedraggled and with smears of soot on his face. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. It looked as though the day was finally taking its toll on the poor woman. Edith released George's hand and pulled Diana into her arms. "I'll check on Maud." He averted his gaze and started to slip by them. "She's in the front parlor." Once he'd gone, Edith stepped back and met Diana's gaze. "Are you going to be all right?" "What's happening out there? Am I ever going to see James again?" JJ was tugging to pull free from his mother's hand, and she bent to pick him up. "I don't have any answers. You left the note for him in your house. If they're able to stop there, they'll know where we are." Edith sighed. "I'm sure Maud's worried about Charles, and now there's the danger she could lose her baby, too." Saying the words aloud made them feel like a burden pressing down on them. "Poor Maud. I don't know what I'd have done if you hadn't come along, Edith." Diana wiped the tears from her cheeks, which only smeared the soot worse. "I must see to the children. Let us know what you need." She hurried JJ down the hallway. Weary, Edith turned to the parlor, her thoughts on the madness outside. She was sure she could hear the crackling sound of the fires in the distance. Knowing they drew nearer gave her a chill despite the heat. What were Charles and James doing? In this chaos, if either or both of them were hurt or killed, it could be a long time before their wives found out. She stared at the door. Or, if Maud lost her baby, or worse, died too, how could they get word to her husband? Once Maud's contraction eased, George put his stethoscope to her chest. As expected, her heart was racing. He could tell from her expression it had been a powerful one. She was definitely in labor. His parlor was not the best place to deliver a premature baby, especially with the room still full of the detritus from the earthquake. Unfortunately, the periodic explosions brought even more dust. Edith stepped into the room. "How is she?" "We should prepare for delivery," George said, standing. "I'll bring towels and string." Edith turned to leave. "Thank you." George clasped Edith's hand. "Hurry back." "I will." Her cheeks flushed, the pink more pronounced because of the red glow from the outside. Looking a little confused, she turned and hurried away. "I hope you're not toying with her," Maud said softly from the sofa when they were alone. Embarrassed to have been caught flirting with Edith, he stood taller and turned to face his accuser. "I can assure you, Mrs. Merrick, that I am not." "It's only been 10 days. Isn't that a little soon?" "To flirt? No, I know what you meant. But I knew her before," George said, returning to the sofa where he knelt and put his fingers on her wrist to count her pulse. "Did you harbor feelings for Edith while you were married?" He blinked, shocked. At first it insulted him she would suggest such a thing, but he'd known enough men with roving eyes to understand Maud's concern. I did not. I considered her only as a dear friend to my wife, but even back then I held her in high regard. High regard. I hope you're not merely looking for a woman to mother your children. Maud moved her hand to her belly again, wincing. Edith has waited a very long time to find love, and I believe she deserves that love. Meaning whomever she marries should love her in her own right. George nodded. It's too early to speak of love or marriage. Not if you're thinking of courting Edith. Maud broke off with a groan. She gasped and her eyes opened wide, her cheeks flushing. I think I've wet myself. Well, Edith said, hurrying into the room, carrying a stack of folded towels. It sounds like your water has broken, which means you will be having your baby. Let's get something for you to lie on. George rose, and together they lifted Maud and slid a towel underneath her. After treating so many people today, I must check my inventories, Edith. Perhaps you can strip her lower half. Please bring a sheet with you for privacy. I didn't think of that. She glanced at the nearly closed drapes, open enough to let in some light. Only then did George remember Alfred was guarding the front entrance. He must have heard everything Maud had said. It was not the way George would have liked to introduce his oldest son to the idea of courting Edith. I will, George said, and Edith gave him a tentative smile. Thinking back on Maud's words of warning, he put the strength of his growing feelings in his returned smile. It warmed his heart when Edith blushed again. He called, Alfred, do you need anything? A glass of water, some bread and cheese? The boy, no, the young man, poked his head around the curtain and met George's gaze. His expression spoke volumes of what he'd overheard, including questions he doubtless had. All those, please. Alfred darted a glance at the sofa before looking away. Would you prefer I leave? No, we need someone to stand guard. I'd prefer not to move Mrs. Merrick to another location, or we would. To add emphasis to his words, Maud groaned, the volume increasing. George let out a resigned breath and leaned closer to his son. Too many men know little of how hard it is on women to bring a child into the world. You're needed here as guard, so I suppose this will help you decide if you truly wish to follow me into medicine. It'll likely be a long night. Alfred swallowed, looking a little green around the gills, but he nodded. Chapter 11. With one final cry and a monumental push from poor, exhausted Maud, the baby slid into the world. He immediately let out a brisk wail, which sent a relieved thrill through Edith. George immediately put the child on the towel spread out on Maud's chest. Well, my friend, Edith said, covering the newborn with another towel, you have a son. A good-sized lad, too, for being early. Then why am I still having pains? Maud groaned even as she tried to lift her head to see her son. You haven't passed the placenta yet. George had picked up the umbilical cord. Edith hesitated for a moment before reaching out to touch his hand to stop him from tying it off. He looked up in surprise. Is something wrong? The cord's still pulsing. Edith, doing her best to clean the crying baby, chose her words carefully. In her years of experiences, doctors didn't appreciate being instructed by mere midwives. We made it a practice to wait until that stops before tying off the cord. It only lasts a minute or so, and babies need every bit they can get from their mothers. We always occupied ourselves by delivering the afterbirth. All right. His tone was neutral, with just a hint of curiosity. What are you talking about? Maud asked through clenched teeth.
Simply a difference in the order of things,
George said in his calm way. His bedside manner impressed Edith, and she hoped he wouldn't ring a peal over her head once they were alone. He said,
There you go, Maud. Your pains should stop now.
She let out a long, relieved sigh. Together, Edith and George tied off the umbilical cord. He'd gone quiet, and she couldn't tell if that was good or bad.
Can you imagine when Frances has her first baby?
Edith asked, trying to lighten the mood as she carefully swaddled the child with a clean baby blanket Lillian had found amongst her mother's things.
She'd likely yell up a storm. And blame poor Nick the whole time.
Maud gave a soft chuckle, her attention fully on the baby.
I must say, I'm looking forward to meeting this sister of yours,
George said, finishing up. Edith was done wrapping the babe. With burning eyes, she settled him for the first time in his mother's arms. The tiny boy turned his face into her chest, rooting against her chemise. Let's get you uncovered so you can nurse your son. Poor Alfred made a choking noise from behind the curtain, reminding everyone he was still there. Edith and George exchanged glances. She mouthed, "Sorry." In the odd lighting, she wasn't sure he could make out the word. He shrugged.
Congratulations, Mrs. Merrick," Alfred called.
George nodded his approval, though his son couldn't see, and took a clean towel. Edith had untied Maud's chemise and gave her instructions for suckling the child before draping a shawl over her.
"We don't have hot water, but there's plenty of lye soap for cleaning up," she said, shifting to Maud's lower half to begin the familiar process of cleaning up after a birth. Helping to bring a new life into the world could be a thrilling experience under normal circumstances. Doing so when the baby was early and during a dreadful disaster filled her with a sense of triumph. Edith's heart swelled with happiness for her friend, and she sent up a silent prayer of gratitude. It almost made her forget George might be angry with her. From her experience, the arrogance of some doctors knew no bounds, and she and George had never crossed professionally before. It might have been different had he been there for Alfred's birth. Another explosion outside sobered Edith further. So many people must surely have died throughout the city, and now homes and businesses were in flames. Had James and Diana's house burned? Edith glanced around the room. Would this home where Caroline had been happy also be destroyed? The thought of so much suffering was overwhelming. Edith reminded herself she could only deal with what was before her, and that included instructing a new mother. "Maud, your womb will continue to contract, and that's a good thing. It might be uncomfortable, though it's not usually painful with the first child. The contractions are important because they tighten the womb and slow the bleeding, which happens after every birth." "Do you need me to do anything?" Maud asked, her adoring attention on her suckling son. "Shift him to the other side now," Edith said. "You don't want to get too sore." "Yes, excellent suggestion."
George, who'd been silent, sent her a considering look before shifting his gaze to Maud.
"Now, about your contractions. Nursing the baby encourages them, but I also suggest new mothers massage their wombs. It also helps. Doing this could be especially important if we must flee here."
Maud shifted her gaze to the doctor, then to Edith, and back to George. "Will we have to leave your house?"
"I hope not, but we'll need to be prepared," he said. "It's something we adults and Alfred should discuss. We must have a plan in place so we're not forced to flee willy-nilly."
"If we must leave, how will Charles and James find us, or we them?" Maud's voice trembled. "What if something has happened to them?" "Let me handle this while you get washed up." Edith waved George toward the door. "And, Alfred, pay attention to your duties. Women can get emotional after giving birth."
"Or all the time," the boy grumbled on the other side of the curtain.
Oh, I can't wait for you to say that to Frances. Edith said it with plenty of playful menace in her voice, meeting Maud's gaze. It worked. The younger woman's mouth quirked, and the fear in her eyes dimmed. Having finished cleaning up, Edith considered the soiled towels and such. She wondered how the city would collect the trash, or when. Just because the earthquake had turned much of San Francisco into varying states of rubble didn't mean the people wouldn't still have waste to be dealt with. That would create other health problems. The best thing temporarily would be to bury their trash. Diana and Lillian have the younger children asleep in the back parlor, George said, entering the room. Now it's your turn to get cleaned up, Edith. He paused, and she waited for the reprimand. It didn't come. Instead, he met her gaze, his expression pleased. We worked very well together. We did. Her smile faltered at that warmth growing in his eyes again. It sent both a thrill through her and made her want to run away. She mustn't make it into something it wasn't, could never be, because this was Caroline's husband. Do you have a shovel handy? George blinked. A shovel? We'll have other waste, too. Edith indicated the stack. I'll have to ask the children what they did with it, he said as he grabbed an empty box and held it up for her to drop the waste into. I spent most of the day treating people. My office will need to be cleaned, too. If it's not too much, why don't you collect the trash from there while I finish up here? Then someone must find that shovel. I can't leave that to you. George looked outraged. Better get used to it if you're moving to Lilac City. We do most everything ourselves there. Even our 2 dude ranch owners don't technically have servants like you're used to here. They have employees. She gave a tired chuckle. And cowhands. Lots of cowhands. You've already seen what the town is like. I'd venture to say with your hospital experience that you're in for as big a change as Lillian is, if not bigger. Edith's mind woke with ideas. Though I think I know of something which might appeal to her. We've got a ladies' improvement society in town. One of our members was quite the society lady back east, and her step-grandfather is a viscount. Judith was just who I was thinking of, Maud offered, her voice tired but happy. Am I allowed to get up? I need to relieve myself. Let me help you with that. Edith looked at her. She'd been careful, and only her apron was soiled, and her hands. Maud, let me wash up real quick. I'll fetch Lillian to hold the baby. George, can you collect the trash in your office so I can take care of it when we return? If you insist. I can help, Alfred called. Only if you desert your post, Edith warned. She glanced at Maud. I'll hurry. By the time George returned to the parlor, wishing he had his regular hospital help, both of the women and the baby had gone. That Miss Edith is kind of bossy, Alfred said, pushing back the drapes. I like her. She is certainly a woman who knows how to take charge of a situation. Coming to stand beside his oldest son, George stared out at the ruin of the city he'd called home for 15 years. I'm glad we're leaving, Alfred said, his voice soft and sad. I was anyway, but I am now especially. I wish we'd left last week. I don't know what's happened to my chums from school. At least if we were in Wyoming, I wouldn't expect to know if they're safe or not. I understand completely. As big a mess as San Francisco is right now, and with us leaving, it's easy to lose touch with people. Is that what happened between Mother and Miss Edith? Yes. We were here visiting your grandparents when I interviewed at my hospital and received the offer. Miss Edith hadn't sent your mother her new address when I made a quick trip back for our things. I didn't even think to leave our new address with our landlord there. George didn't want to lose touch with his friends here. Perhaps when things have settled more, we can buy a notice in one of the papers. George thought the earthquake and fires were doing more than damaging or even destroying much of San Francisco. They were burning their pleasant memories of the city and their history here. He didn't know if he could sleep without seeing the demolished buildings in the distance, the stunned and lost faces of people dragging away what little of their earthly possessions they could carry, or the look of relief on Edith's face when he and Alfred had arrived with the carriage. How many other people were out there now, disconnected from friends and family? George stared toward the Milburn home. The fire's glow blazed brightly, coming ever closer to that area. He wondered how long the building would stand. What would he do if this house burned too, if flames destroyed the proof of his and Caroline's love and the life they'd built together? Alfred shifted, and George glanced at his son, his chest expanding. He had his proof, right here beside him, and everywhere else in the house. The fire could consume every material thing he owned, but if he and his children survived, he would consider himself blessed. A small voice in his mind whispered, "And Edith." Bemused, he nodded to himself. Father, some men are riding up to the house." Alfred lifted his rifle to the ready. George squinted in the glow, wondering who, besides the city patrol or looters, might be brave or foolish enough to be out after dark. "We'll need you back at daylight," a man in the military uniform called out as two riders broke from the group. "Yes, and we know where to meet," a familiar voice replied with a raised hand. "We'll be there at 7. "It's James and Merrick," George said, moving to the door. "Let the women folk know." He stepped onto the veranda. "Milburn, did you find the note your wife left?" Both men drew up. "No," James said, his voice anxious. "But one of the neighbors who knows you recognized your carriage when you collected the women. Are they well?" "Right as rain." George moved along the veranda to the side of the house. "Let me help you with the horses, James. Merrick here needs to go inside and meet his son." "What?" Charles cried, already leaping from his mount. He tossed the reins to George, his weariness gone, and ran up the stairs. "Edith was helping her to the privy. I'd suggest you wait until they return to the front parlor," George called with a chuckle. "Oh, and don't sit on the sofa." The man was already disappearing into the house. George wasn't sure if he'd heard a word he'd said. "How are Diana and JJ holding up?" James asked, glancing at the house, looking eager to check for himself. "They're both well, though she's worried about you. Let's get these horses taken care of so you can join her." George closed the gate, and they headed toward the carriage house at the rear of his property. "So Maud had the baby early, but he's well?" "Yes, I think it likely Maud was further along than she thought." "If they'd known that, I doubt they'd have made the trip here." "I think you're right. What news do you have?" George asked as they began unsaddling the horses. "Nothing good. Do you have running water here?" "No, but we were able to fill 3 bathtubs before it stopped." George let out a breath as he brought feed for the animals. "Edith said they weren't able to get that much out of your house. With the windows broken and no way to lock it, I don't know what you'll find." "There won't be much left of my house." James glanced in that direction, his face grim. "The neighbors who told us you'd come were being forced to leave." "I'm sorry. I know it's an inadequate thing to say. At least you have your family." "Yes, and you were there to bring them to safety. I can't thank you enough. Not all people have been so fortunate." James' voice tightened. "Some of those burning buildings still have people trapped in them." George's gut twisted. His old hospital was in the burn area. Had they been able to move the patients? When he'd left for Wyoming, He'd notified the director of his intent and confirmed it upon his return to San Francisco. He'd said his farewells last week. The military has stepped in to help, although that's created some conflict of its own. James had shifted to quickly brushing his horse. Just before we left to check this area, we got word that Fire Chief Sullivan was severely injured when a building next to his fire station collapsed on it. It's not looking good for him. That would be a terrible loss to the city. The man had been pushing for an emergency water supply system. He'd insisted they needed to provide water from reservoirs he wanted to construct on the city's peaks. They certainly could have used them now to fight the fire. The sound of the kitchen door flying open made both men turn. "James!" Diana's almost frantic cry had the man dropping his brush and darting out of the carriage house. "Di!" He pulled his wife into his arms and kissed her passionately. George turned back to the horses. Was that how Charles had greeted Maud? How many other such reunions would there be around San Francisco once this disaster had ended? He glanced again at the red sky in the distance, the night uncomfortably warm from the fires, the smell of smoke tainting the air. Surely the entire city wouldn't burn. "James, you take Diana inside," George said, putting the brush to the horse again. "I'll finish here. I don't want you shot for breaking curfew, but I'm in my own backyard." James pulled his wife with him. Many hands make light work. And it did. Once they'd set the horses right for the night, the three hurried back into the house. They found Charles in the cooler but darker kitchen holding his baby. "Maud's sleeping," he said, looking up. "She's exhausted." "And you are not?" George asked with a chuckle, listening for sounds of Edith or his children. "Your wife has kept a cool head through all of this. You too, Diana." "Well, Maud's pains have kept me distracted." Even in the dim lighting, George could see the shine of tears in her eyes. Diana said, "The poor dear, what a wedding trip this has been." "And a visit of friends for you." He felt suddenly weary himself. "I'm going to peek in on her and then check on my children." "And Edith." JJ and Stanley are sleeping in his room, and Alfred's still guarding the front of the house. "I should relieve him so he can get some sleep." George took a step toward the door and paused, looking back. "I need to prepare a room for you. The children and I already took care of that. We have beds ready for everyone," Diana said. "Alfred was kind enough to give us his room. He said he could sleep in yours." How had George missed that little exchange? "Thank you." He went in search of Edith. Chapter 12. "I feel so useless." Lillian sniffed from her bedroom window, staring out at the bright night sky. She pointed to the glow in the distance. "Do you see that? It's Nob Hill, and the fire is heading for it. I have friends who live there, and I don't know if they're safe." "I imagine they've moved if it's unsafe." Edith had joined the girl and put her arm around her shoulders. "At least the people who live in neighborhoods like that have resources those people downtown don't." "Is our house going to burn?" Lillian's voice came out a whisper. "I wish I could say for sure it won't. We're only a block away from that park, Lafayette." "Yes, Lafayette Park. It's where the soldiers have been sending refugees." Edith shook her head. "Refugees. That's everyone in the city, I think. Even families like yours who are farther from the fire." "Because who knows if it will reach us?" Lillian's voice grew rough with emotion. "I'm glad my mother didn't have to see it like this. She loved San Francisco so much. It would have broken her heart." In Chicago, she talked about how much she'd enjoyed her visit. Edith said, thinking back to the time she and Caroline had spent together when George was so busy. I should have thought to check here. Check what? When we lost touch, I should have guessed she and your father might have moved to San Francisco. Edith sighed. Still, as large a city as it is, I'm not sure what I'd have had to do to find out where they lived. Putting a notice in the paper would have been too expensive for me. I wonder if I'll be able to write to my friends if their houses are destroyed. With so many homes burned, what happens to the addresses? Lillian yawned. I have no idea. Edith covered her mouth as she did too. I'm sure the people of San Francisco will build again. Chicago had a fire too back in 1871. I didn't live there then. We lived in a small town a day's drive away. I was younger than you. But I remember the talk. They built most of the town of wood. Even the city's sidewalks and lots of the roads were made of wood. But they didn't have an earthquake, too. We'll rebuild. I'll have to get my father to promise to bring us back for a trip later so we can see. Lillian said it proudly, and Edith didn't miss how the girl's reference to moving didn't have the same rancor as it had earlier. When Lillian yawned again, Edith asked, Why don't you see if you can get some sleep? With all those explosions? George's daughter asked dubiously, looking so like her mother. Lillian glanced around her room and gave a little shudder. I don't want to be alone. I don't blame you. Edith checked her watch brooch. She'd been awake 20 hours. Had it truly only been one day? They must all get some sleep because tomorrow they might become refugees. But poor Diana and James, they'd likely lost everything they owned except what they'd carried with them to George's house. Edith's eyes stung, her emotions high. Are you all right? Lillian reached out to touch Edith's arm. You look about to cry. I'm just tired. I should check and see how Maud is doing. They'd turned toward the door when the sound of a man's heavy footsteps on the stairs made them increase their pace. George was pulling himself up the last step, his shoulders slumped and head bowed. You're so tired, Father, Lillian cried, rushing forward. His daughter took his arm, concern on her face. He looked down at her, his eyes soft, his throat working as though he fought back strong emotion. How long had it been since Lillian had shown him kindness? Edith couldn't help wondering if this terrible disaster might have an upside by making people more grateful for their families. George's gaze shifted to Edith. James and Charles are here, he informed them. The new father is in the kitchen getting acquainted with his son. Diana said she'd set up beds. I'm going to take over the watch from Alfred so he can get some rest. Let Lillian and I do it, so you can both rest. Edith glanced at the girl. You said you doubted you could sleep anyway. Once it's light out, they'll need your father. But you'll be needed too, she argued while her father watched them, wearing an amused smile. Not to the same degree as your father. Both James and Charles must rest before they return to that madness again. Edith turned back to George. Now you, sir, must let Lillian help get you settled in your bed. I'm hardly in my dotage. He was fully awake now, his words heavy with offended dignity. Fine, then. You get yourself to bed. Lillian and I will send Alfred up to join you. Edith didn't wait for an answer but swept down the stairs, for once grateful for the light of the burning city through the stairwell windows. Lillian quickly followed. They paused at the bottom, out of sight, listening in case George followed. When he didn't, they exchanged satisfied smirks. You didn't really think he'd let me tuck him in like little JJ, did you? Lillian asked with a soft giggle. No, But now he's busy being offended rather than arguing with us about taking his place on guard duty. Edith said sagely, "You are a sly one, Miss Edith. I merely have experience with stubborn men. You'll understand when you meet my brother." Arm in arm, the two of them returned to the front parlor. "Alfred," Edith called softly. A startled grunt told her the boy had fallen asleep. "You're to go up to your father's room and get some rest. He's already there." "But who will keep watch?" he asked, shaking his head as though the movement would wake him. "I will." She used one hand to take the rifle and the other to help him from his perch. "You and your father will be needed once the sun's up, and more people may move about. We'll want you both rested then." That the boy offered no further argument was proof of his fatigue. He stumbled away. "What do we do now?" Lillian asked. Edith turned to face her. "I'd suggest you try to get some sleep." "What about you?" "I'm standing watch." Edith couldn't help yawning. "Perhaps I should suggest tucking you into bed," Lillian giggled, wiggling her eyebrows. "Nice try, but it won't work." Edith settled onto the window seat. It was warmer without the shield of the drapes, and the stink of smoke was worse. "But you can fetch a pitcher of water for us to moisten our hankies." Alfred should have let us know he needed more. It can't be good for our lungs to breathe the filthy air. Lillian left, and Edith scanned the front lawns. The ominous glow from the distant fires would make it unlikely anyone could come onto the property, at least from the front, without being seen. The tall fence around the backyard should discourage access that way. "I brought clean hankies, too." Lillian stepped around the drapes, carrying a small pitcher, 2 handkerchiefs flung over her shoulder. "Perfect." Edith moistened one of the new hankies, squeezed it out, and tied the moist fabric over her mouth. "What I wouldn't give to be able to take a bath." "And servants to care for me." Lillian did the same thing with her handkerchief. "Do you think you can get used to not having servants? Men outnumber women in Lilac City by a lot, and most of them are cowboys." The picture of one of the big, tough cowhands wearing a frilly apron and cooking the Rasmussen dinner touched Edith's funny bone. She had to cover her mouth to keep from laughing out loud. "What?" Edith told her, and they both giggled. But Lillian's good humor dimmed quickly, replaced with worry. "Tell me what it's like there. Is it very—" She seemed to choose her next word carefully. "Primitive?" "Let's get comfortable, and I'll do my best to answer your questions." George woke to someone shaking his shoulder. Thinking it was a hospital emergency, he leaped from his bed. "Whoa, Father," Alfred laughed. "I didn't know the old man could move so quickly." Realizing he was in his bedroom, George took a deep breath. "I'm only 43, young man. I'll have you know I'm in my prime." He frowned. "Why did you wake me? What time is it?" "You were snoring and woke me." Alfred nodded toward the wall clock. Its glass cover gone as a result of the earthquake. "It's nearly 6, though. I'm surprised we slept so long." "I need to check on Maud." George looked down at his sleep-rumpled clothing. He should change. Lifting one arm, he took a whiff. He needed to clean first, but did they have enough water? Surely the shaking hadn't broken every pipe in the city. He'd have to ask if James and Charles had heard anything about the water situation. "We can't wash, but we should change our clothes." "Who will wash our dirty ones?" Alfred asked, now serious. "And how, considering we have no running water, and we're not allowed to have fire in the house?" "All good questions. We certainly don't wish to start a new fire in this part of the city." George let out a slow breath. "Water is one question I already had.
Let's see how the others are faring. We'll need to boil some water to help Maud wash up, whatever else we do.
At the top of the stairs, however, the distinct smell of cooking sausage came through the broken window. They hurried to the landing and looked down on the street where many of George's neighbors, all laden with foodstuffs, had gathered around something. Alfred didn't hesitate but dashed down the remaining stairs. George was quick to follow. What he found should not have amazed him, but it did. Edith had taken on the role of trail boss and was doing an excellent job of telling people what to do. As Alfred ran to join the crowd, she glanced up and met George's gaze. The relieved look made him quicken his pace.
"Excuse me," he called, squeezing between people. "What can I—"
He broke off, staring at a makeshift cooking stove made from bricks. "Thank heavens you're here, George," Edith said. "I've got Diana helping Maud to wash up. She needs to be examined, but I'm also trying to cook some decent food for Charles and James before they head back into the fray."
"All right, but what's the problem here?"
"We want hot food too, Doctor," his elderly neighbor from across the street said. "Have your woman make some for us."
A rush of anger flooded through him. "Excuse me?"
George's voice came out tight and loud. Everyone went silent.
"This lady is not a servant. She's a dear friend who has graciously come to the aid of my family."
Edith raised her hand, and he hoped she wouldn't say anything to undermine his words. "Thank you for clarifying that for me, Doctor. These people wouldn't believe me. Now, we don't want to keep you from your patient. Alfred, I need you and a few of these gentlemen to gather more bricks. I'll be happy to show them how to build their own stoves until the city determines it's safe to have fires in homes again. I found a wheelbarrow in your gardening shed." She glanced at George. "Why are you still here, Doctor?" Brows raised as though endorsing her question. Alfred gave his father a cheeky grin. "Come on, Walter." He waved to one of the few young men in the neighborhood his age. The boy looked unsure, but a rough grumble from his father had him heading toward Alfred. As they passed by, George was sure he overheard the boy mutter, "This is servant work." "We're all servants to each other in times of need," George called to the boys as he headed back to the house. Thomas Paine had certainly had it right when he said, "These are the times that try men's souls," and surely brought out one's true character. George had never been prouder of his oldest son, and Lillian had also stepped up. In losing her mother, it'd been as though his daughter had lost herself, too. Now, in this time of adversity, she seemed to be finding herself again. On the porch, George paused to look downhill to where the city continued to burn. The earthquake and fire would certainly reshape San Francisco. Entering the house, he wished again he had water with which to wash. It reminded him he'd meant to send Alfred out to check on it. Now the boys were busy gathering bricks for Edith. More sick or injured people were bound to arrive looking for treatment. George must have water to wash up between patients and to clean his instruments. Perhaps James or Charles had heard where they could obtain water. George went in search of the men. Chapter 13. Edith straightened. She'd needed to dampen the handkerchief over her mouth again. It was a shame there wasn't anything she could do to lessen the way the smoke burned her eyes. She arched her back, and it popped. Never again would she look down upon her brother's old cook stove. Yes, it could be cumbersome to use, and it had taken time to learn the right amount and kind of wood to use for certain temperatures. Trying to figure out how to do it with a makeshift stove had proven to be a true test of her cooking abilities. And her patience with people. If she had one more querulous old rich man complain about his food being burned, she just might smack him in the head with a frying pan. She took a deep breath. No, she wouldn't do that. Edith was a Christian woman, and she could look upon the people lined up as children of God who were also in a difficult situation. Even as she thought the words, her muscles relaxed a little. They were all struggling, and many of those affluent neighbors were being forced to do things they'd never done before, such as cook. Alfred and his chum had gathered plenty of bricks. While the friend had been reluctant in the beginning, it'd been a pleasure to see the enthusiasm of youth take over. Alfred had proven himself a leader today, convincing the other boy to treat it as an adventure. It would have pleased Caroline to see how well her son was handling this difficult situation. The genuine challenge, however, had come after the boys had duplicated Edith's cooking stove 3 more times up and down the street. The old proverb, "You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make him drink," came to mind. In this case, she'd found that one could make a neighbor a cook stove, but it did no good unless the neighbor knew how to cook on it. And that was how the line in front of the Rasmussen home had continued to grow. She'd discovered that the people hadn't simply wished to use the stove she'd made. They wanted her to cook it for them. That was when she'd put her teaching skills to work. When the woman across the street, who must have been married to the man who'd riled George up earlier in the day, had marched up to the cook stove and demanded that Edith prepare food for the women in her family, it had been the time to pull a Frances. "Excuse me, ma'am. I don't know you from Adam, and I don't owe you anything. Out of the goodness of my heart, I'll teach you how to cook something once you've made a stove." Edith had folded her arms. "I'm only cooking for my friends and the Rasmussens. Once I've taken care of their needs, you're welcome to use this stove while your son builds yours." "Don't forget the cooking lesson." Lillian had needed to fight back a grin. "You stinker," Edith had muttered to the girl. In Chicago, Edith had been a little jealous of Caroline and her housekeeper and maid. What a luxury to be rich enough to pay for other people to handle the cleaning of the house and the clothes. But Caroline had always prepared her own food. Not until today, when Edith had looked into the blank eyes of the women wearing their expensive, though dirty, gowns, had she realized how helpless, with some things, many wealthy and powerful people could be. "It will be dark soon, and the curfew is still on," Edith said later to her remaining students. She scanned the horizon, and a chill went down her sweaty back. The bay breezes had shifted in their direction again, and the fires were coming closer. After the women had gone, Edith glanced at Lillian, who'd been her companion throughout the long day. The girl was watching her. "Your mother would have been so proud of you today." With the words, Lillian threw herself into Edith's arms. She held the girl, amazed at how much she'd come to care for her so quickly. "We should see if the others need help," she finally said, pulling back. People had lined up outside of the house most of the day, looking for help with their cooking, but also to see the doctor. While she'd have preferred to be inside helping George, she admitted she enjoyed working with his daughter. Lillian yawned, which caused Edith to as well. They both laughed, remembering the night before. After putting out the fire in her stove, she and Lillian put their arms around each other's waists and returned to the house. She'd just reached for the front door when it burst open. They both jumped back with a squeak. Stanley looked about to run outside, but froze in surprise for a second. "Quick, Miss Edith! Father needs you to come!" A surge of fear had her moving past him. "Is it Maud? Where is he?" "He's in the kitchen." Both Stanley and Lillian had caught up with her, and he said a little breathlessly, "It's not Mrs. Maud. She and the baby are fine." "Did JJ get hurt, or Diana?" She burst into the kitchen, lit by the last of the sun's rays, to find Maud resting on a divan, holding her little bundle, while the others stood around a large barrel. She scanned the room for the danger, but saw only smiling faces. Her racing heart slowed. The grin had left George's face, and he was at her side in an instant.
"What is it? Is something wrong?"
"Stanley said you needed me. I thought something bad had happened." Only when he laughed did the worry fade. It left her a little shaky, and she must have swayed a little. She was so tired. George surprised her by putting his arm around her shoulders and gently guiding her to the barrel.
"This is what Alfred and Walter have been working on all day."
"Where did they find water? Is it potable?"
"It is, Miss Edith."
Alfred's smile held pride, but shadows under his eyes spoke of his fatigue. "How far did you have to go?"
"Not as far as we'd expected. Father sent Walter and I searching for it. Walt knew someone with a business. We saw him guarding it and mentioned we were looking for water. It's still working up there, and he let us have as much as we could carry."
Alfred's expression lifted, and he didn't look so tired.
"The wheelbarrows worked so well for the bricks, we gave it a go for the water."
"But how did you transport water in a wheelbarrow?" she asked.
"Walt's friend has a business that uses barrels. He let us use it."
"Oh, you clever boys," Edith cried. "May I take a bath?" Lillian asked, looking longingly at all that water. "Use all that up in one go after Alfred did so much work?"
"I think not." Edith gave the girl a quick hug.
"But we will be able to take a sponge bath and put on fresh clothing. I can't wait to do that." "Oh, yes." Lillian blinked. "Do we have to carry the water upstairs?"
"Already done that," Alfred said. "A full pitcher for each of you is upstairs."
The girl responded by throwing her arms around her brother. She didn't wait for a response from him, but dashed from the room. "Be careful you don't fall up those stairs in the dark," Edith called after the girl. Everyone in the room listened to her footsteps. When they weren't accompanied by a crash, Edith said, "Thank you so much for your ingenuity, Alfred. I imagine a great number of San Franciscos are discovering creativity they never imagined they had before." "Well," Maud said from her corner, "I believe Plato was correct when he said, 'Necessity is the mother of invention.'" "How are you and your baby doing?" Edith said, moving to join her. "Maud's been up and about several times today," Diana said, coming to join them. She lowered her voice. "Her after-bleeding is normal, Dr. George says." "Good. One of the scariest things about birthing was when the woman hemorrhaged." Diana had shifted her gaze out the window, seeming to study the red sky. She must be worrying about her husband. Edith glanced at Maud, who was sure to be just as concerned about Charles. "May I get you anything?" Edith asked. "Hold your baby so you can walk around a bit?" "That would be lovely." Maud lifted the babe and Edith took him from her while Diana gave the new mother a hand up. "Where's JJ?" Edith asked. The little boy popped up his head at the sound of his name. He lifted his hand to show a toy soldier he'd been playing with on the floor. "Thank heaven Stanley is young enough to still have some toys," Diana chuckled. "Have you washed up yet?" Edith asked her. "No, I plan to do it before I go to bed tonight. I can't bear the thought of wearing these clothes for another day." "Diana, do you think you could help me to the outhouse?" Maud asked. "Of course." Edith went over to where George and Alfred now sat at the large kitchen work table. She imagined it must be where the servants took their midday meal. "You two seem quite serious." She sat in the chair to George's right, careful not to wake the sleeping baby. "We were discussing our plans, should it be necessary for us to leave," he said. "Alfred will take watch now. It's almost dark. I'll relieve you in 2 hours." "Yes, Father." The young man rose wearily. "You've made me proud, son," George said, taking Alfred's wrist. The boy nodded, looking pleased. He picked up the rifle and left the kitchen. "Which way do you suggest we go?" Edith asked. "Obviously not toward the fire. Toward where there's access to running water." "To Lafayette Park?" "Yes. Alfred reported it's full of refugees, but he said they're orderly there and had a relief kitchen set up to provide food. The Presidio is in the Pacific Heights area, which is only a few blocks away. That's an army base." "But isn't that uphill?" Edith's tired mind struggled with the thought of making such a journey. She was used to the flatter lands of Wyoming. An unexpected surge of homesickness hit her, and her eyes swelled with tears. "What's troubling you?" George asked, his gaze scanning her face with concern. "Besides the obvious." "It's only fatigue, I'm sure." She blinked her eyes and sniffed. "I keep wondering if word of the earthquake could have reached Lilac City yet. The trains come daily bringing news. If it has, poor Abe must be beside himself." "This certainly hasn't been the trip you were expecting. I'm sorry." "It's not your fault. It's also not how you expected to say farewell to your home, either." "That's true enough." George met her gaze. Even without touching, a jolt of electricity sparked through her, and her body flushed with warmth despite the heat of the room. His gaze dropped to her mouth. Edith found it difficult to catch her breath. Behind her, the door opened, and George jumped to his feet. Edith slowly rose and turned to face the two women who'd returned from the outhouse. George hurried over to take Maud's other arm. "I'm truly able to walk by myself," she muttered. "We Wyoming women are strong," Edith added with a grin. "I would never dare disagree. Certainly not with so much evidence right before me." George's words and tone carried humor, but there was an edge to it which Edith recognized as worry. What did he not wish to speak of in front of them? The baby had stirred, his little mouth nuzzling Edith's bodice in search of food. "Maud, once you've settled, your little man here is hungry. Is it late enough you'll want to get some sleep after you feed him?" "Yes, I should try, as difficult as it is with the blasting." Her gaze darted toward the fires, and Edith knew she was thinking of her husband. The worry for Charles and James sat like an additional weight on all of them in the Rasmussen home. Before leaving that morning, the two men had indicated they would likely not make it back there again today. They'd been fortunate yesterday to be in the area when curfew fell. "I'll help her get settled," Diana said. "It's time for JJ to go to bed, too."
Mother, not yet,"
the boy whined from the corner. "You may bring your men with you to play with, but you must keep it quiet." He and Stanley gathered up the 10 soldiers. "I believe I'll send Alfred to bed," George said, and followed the others from the kitchen. Edith decided to check on Lillian and found the girl upstairs already in her bed, fast asleep. But Edith wasn't ready to sleep yet. When she went downstairs, she found it eerily quiet, until an explosion in the distance about made her jump out of her skin. She went to the parlor and found George sitting on the window seat with the rifle. "You had such a long day," she said, coming to sit across from him, their knees almost touching. "Let me keep watch while you sleep." "And you did nothing but sit in the lap of luxury on your divan?" George shook his head. "I'll take the watch while Alfred sleeps, and then he can relieve me." "I can take a watch, too, just as I did last night. Then each of you can get more rest." The corner of George's mouth curved the tiniest bit. Even in the poor lighting, the admiration in his eyes made her feel as though she'd accomplished some great thing, which of course she hadn't. "It suits you well, this woman you've become." A familiar gleam had appeared in George's eyes, one she understood now to be attraction. The intensity from earlier was there again, and they stared at each other, energy flowing between them. It tugged at her heart and made her want to reach up to stroke his cheek, feel the scruff on his normally clean-shaven cheeks, smooth out the worry lines from his brow. George leaned forward and, like a magnet, she moved closer. The beating of her heart pulsed so loudly in her ears that she forgot about the night sounds. He must have released the rifle because he lifted his right hand to her cheek. George slid his fingers slowly along her face, his touch creating warmth on her skin, which flowed down to her toes. With his left hand, he took her right and urged her to stand. When she did, he bent his head and whispered, "I want to kiss you." A desire to feel his lips on hers pushed away the no she'd meant to say. "Then do it." George wrapped her in his arms. When his mouth touched hers, fire ripped through Edith. It was like she was coming alive for the first time. She slid her arms around his neck, amazed at how natural it felt to hold him, how right, as though she'd been waiting her entire life for this moment, for this man, for George, Caroline's husband. The words poured like a bucket of ice water on Edith's heart. This was wrong. Chapter 14. George's heart swelled as he held Edith, kissed this woman he admired so much and had found himself drawn to since the first moment he'd seen her again in Lilac City. That day, his instincts had told him she could be the one to make him whole again. Every day he'd spent with her since had turned into an adventure of discovery, learning more about this amazing woman she'd grown to be. But it wasn't until he'd taken her in his arms that he'd realized what he felt for Edith Vosburg wasn't simply admiration. He was falling in love with her. She stiffened and broke the kiss. Even in the dim light, he couldn't mistake the pain in her eyes. "I know this is happening fast," George said, releasing her, but taking her hands. "Must I apologize for kissing you? Because I'm not sorry." "We can't do this, George." Her eyes glistened, her voice tight. She stepped back, pulling her hands free, still shaking her head. Her throat worked like she was refusing to let herself cry. He extended a placating hand to her. She took another step back and picked up the rifle. "I'll take the first watch." "I don't understand," George said. "We'd be perfect for each other." "Caroline was my dearest friend. I would never betray her." Edith turned her back on him. George wanted to stay, to argue for a future together. His instincts told him not to force the issue. He left the parlor, his brain trying to understand the implications of those words. Caroline was gone. How could Edith caring for him be a betrayal of that friendship? Not wishing to disturb Alfred, George went to the kitchen and took a seat at the table. In order to succeed, he must understand what he was fighting against, Edith's reasoning. On one hand, he understood how she might be feeling. Until 10 days ago, they'd been friends, joined in their love for Caroline. Not once in all these years had he ever seen Edith as anything other than a friend. He'd been completely in love with his wife, and no other women had ever tempted him. But had it been different for Edith all those years ago? She'd been young and impressionable back then, and he'd been told more than once that he'd cut a fine figure as a young doctor in training. Had she seen him as something other than a friend? Could it be guilt she felt now? George thought on his interactions with her back then. He'd seen no signs, never intercepted a longing glance. If anything, in the past she'd looked at him like a brother. Unless she was a consummate actress, he doubted she'd ever had romantic feelings about him back then, any more than he'd had any for her. What he felt was for the woman she'd become, and not the girl of all those years ago. Somehow George must convince Edith there was nothing wrong with them loving each other. He considered how it felt to hold her in his arms, of the burden of loss he'd felt when she stepped back and told him there was no future for them. He understood the significance of those feelings. Now that he'd found Edith, he couldn't bear to lose her, too. Edith had listened for George to mount the steps. From the sound of it, he'd retreated to the kitchen. His footfalls had carried a sense of defeat, which about broke her heart. He could have stayed and demanded they talk. She recalled all too well what a persistent man he could be. Caroline had once said it was one of his character quirks that would make him an excellent doctor. He could also be persuasive. It would be so much easier on Edith's heart if he and his family weren't moving to Lilac City. A twig cracked on the edge of the property, and she was on her feet in a flash, the rifle raised. The glow from the distant but approaching fires lit the evening as well as a full moon would have. Had it been a pet wandering the neighborhood or a feral cat? She scanned the area again, her focus returning to a clump of bushes near the property line. Something moved, too large for a cat and too sneaky for a dog. Edith didn't want to alarm the entire house in case it turned out to be nothing. With nearly every window broken in the house, entry would be simple if someone got past her. The shadow moved again, and it edged along the bushes. It reminded her of a man, but hunched over. "That will be far enough," she called, loud enough she hoped the person could hear her, but not so loud to wake those trying to sleep upstairs. With periodic explosions, they'd gotten used to sleeping in chaos. She tried to remember what her brother said to people he was arresting. "Hands over your head." The figure had stopped, but still crouched. "Hands over your head, or I'll shoot you." She made her voice louder that time, with plenty of menace. Not quite straightening, the person appeared to have a hard time lifting his arms. A thread of worry for the man mixed with her fear of him. Was he injured? Had he come for help from the doctor despite the curfew? "What is it?" George asked, coming to stand behind her. "We have an intruder," she whispered, "and I think he may be hurt." "Father?" Alfred asked, suddenly there too. "Keep the rifle on him," George said, already heading to the front door. "Alfred, come with me." Edith did what she'd done a few times for her brother before he'd hired Charles. She provided silent backup with a rifle. "What's going on?" Diana asked at the same time. Lillian hurried to Edith's side. George and Alfred had reached the stranger, glancing warily over their shoulders, probably for the patrol. They helped the stranger toward the house. "I didn't hear a rifle shot," Diana said. "I don't think Miss Edith could shoot him." Lillian sounded defensive. "Oh, I've shot someone before," Edith said matter-of-factly. "When I first arrived in Lilac City, it was a rougher town than it is now. I used to provide backup for my brother, who's the sheriff. I've only had to shoot someone once. That was when I was grateful Abe had taught me how to shoot, and to shoot well. I only had to wing the man. This fellow here is hurt, so let's give them a clear path to the examination room." She held open the door while Diana and Lillian hurried up the hall to make sure nothing was in the way to trip them. As the three men slowly made their way to the back office, Edith wondered if George... No, she must think of him as Dr. Rasmussen. Did Dr. Rasmussen have sufficient supplies to operate on the man? The last 2 days and the string of injured who'd come to the house must surely have diminished what he kept at his home for emergencies. "Miss Edith," Alfred said, returning to the front parlor where she still stood guard. "Father said he will need you to assist him. I'm to take over here." "As you say." She handed the young man the rifle and turned to leave, trying to steel up her resolve. Never again could she allow herself to forget. It would be a dishonor to Caroline's memory for Edith to misbehave with her husband. It must never happen again. "Before you leave," Alfred began, the tentativeness of his tone making her face him. He couldn't quite meet her gaze, choosing to look over her shoulder instead. "I hope this isn't presumptuous of me, but my father has been happier since he returned from Wyoming. I believe it's because of you." The unexpected words sent a sharp flood of emotion washing over her, a feeling of loss which made little sense. Edith's eyes burned, and she wanted nothing more than to burst into tears like a schoolgirl. It was only because she was so tired. Resolutely, she blinked her eyes to prevent even a single tear from sneaking out. Perhaps it has helped him to talk about her. She pretended to have misunderstood. "I'm grateful that a good friend like your father was the one to tell me about Caroline. It would have been harder to receive the news from someone who hadn't also loved her. I will no longer have to wonder what became of her and her family. Of you. You're growing up to be a fine young man, Alfred. Your mother would be proud." "That's not what I must assist the doctor," Edith broke in, not giving the boy a chance to finish. She hurried from the room. Outside of the surgery, she found Diana standing anxiously. The poor woman looked exhausted, shadows under her eyes making her pretty face appear gaunt. "Diana, you have been a pillar of strength." Edith gave the woman a quick hug. "I don't know what we'd have done without you. I have every confidence that it will be women like you who rebuild San Francisco and make it a great city again." Even with those words, the dim light made the weight of the woman's worry appear about to overcome her. "Diana?" Maud's voice called from the stairs. At the single word, the familiar mask of strength settled on Diana again, and the vulnerability disappeared. "Oh, Maud, we didn't mean to wake you and the baby. Here, we really must get you upstairs and back into bed so you can rest." "I think it's you who needs to rest." As Edith left them to argue about who would help whom, her heart swelled at the strength of her friends in adversity. She sent a quick prayer of gratitude for such companions and stepped into the examination room. Edith immediately determined that if the stranger required surgery, the lighting of the room would make it a poor location. They would either have to cheat and risk lighting a lamp, or move the man to the front porch to use the glow from the burning city. With the soot in the air, that would be a poor option. If they were forced to leave the shelter of the house tomorrow, how could they transport both him and Maud? "Doctor, was the man shot?" she asked. "Yes, and somehow Willie managed to get away from the patrol. If they find out he's here, they'll insist we surrender him." "It's a good thing we won't turn him over then." "What?" George looked weary. "You wouldn't give him to them, would you?" Edith arched a brow, giving him a measuring look. "Without the benefit of a trial, when one of your oaths as a doctor is to first do no harm? You called him by name. Do you know him?" "I do. He's been in the hospital more than once, usually after a bar brawl. But he's not a bad sort, just can't handle his liquor." The doctor glanced down at the man. "I don't know what to do. I'm so bone-tired I'm not sure I'm making good decisions anymore." Like kissing her earlier? As shameful as it had been, hearing him express regret about it hurt, like someone had slipped a dagger into her heart. And that thought was a sure sign she wasn't thinking clearly either. "I understand, but we don't know how he got himself shot. The night you had to run across the street, you were technically breaking curfew. Whoever shot him is probably tired and may not be making good decisions either." She pointed to the man on the table. "Let's see to the issue at hand and help this man." "You've always had a level head. Thank you." He straightened. "There's so much soot in the air outside that I think we must do the surgery here." Let me get a pitcher of water, just in case," Edith said, accepting his comment as tacit approval to light a lamp for the surgery. When she'd returned, George had closed the heavy drapes, a quick check showing no gaps remaining. George lit the lamp. They worked mostly in silence, speaking only when necessary. Side by side, they leaned over, George with his probe and Edith holding the lamp so he could see. Fortunately, he found the bullet fairly quickly. Bullets were dirty things, though, and drove into the body with such force they did a lot of damage, often breaking apart and leaving bits behind. Once he'd bandaged Willie, George turned his bloodshot eyes on Edith. He looked terrible. She wanted nothing more than to take him into her arms and hold him. But she did the right thing. She remained professional. "You should get some rest, Dr. Rasmussen." She blew out the lamp. "We might need to flee this house tomorrow, and we must be prepared." She opened the drapes. When she turned around, she found she was alone with the patient. It was just as well. The less time she spent in the doctor's company, the less likely she was to forget herself. Chapter 15. George rose early the next morning. He and Alfred had taken turns standing watch, and the boy would be glad to get a bit more shut-eye. After sending his son upstairs, George headed to the surgery to check on his patient. He found Edith dozing in a chair. Memories of her standing beside him during the surgery flooded his mind. They'd worked well together. She'd anticipated his needs. He wouldn't mind having her be his surgical nurse all the time. They fit each other well, not even counting how perfectly she'd felt in his arms. After what he'd thought would be the death of love in his life, his feelings were coming alive again. How could that be dishonorable? There was nothing inappropriate in how he felt about Edith. Something they'd shared, then and now, had been their love for Caroline. With his busy schooling and hospital training back then, he'd been grateful for the friendship between the two women. His worry about leaving his beloved and pregnant wife alone had proven well-founded, since it'd been Edith who'd delivered Alfred. George didn't want to wake her. With her smaller frame, she looked more comfortable in the chair than he ever had. He quietly checked on Willie. The young man wasn't feverish, which was a pleasant surprise, and his heart rate was good. The fool just might survive losing so much blood.
"Thank you, Doc,"
Willie said with a rough voice.
"What were you doing out last night?"
George whispered, opening the young man's eyelids wider to check his pupils.
"You know about the curfew. Surely you can't have been stupid enough to be looting." "I wasn't looting. I was looking for food. Old Widow Matthews has a carriage house back at her place up off Van Ness. She's been letting me stay there. Both it and her house stood up to the shaking, but her son come and took her away. My sister's house down near the wharf burned in the fire. She gathered up her kids and Ma, and they come to me, thinking it was farther from the danger. The widow liked company and shared her food with me, so I didn't have much on hand."
"So you went looking for food at night?" George asked, disbelieving. Willie turned his head away.
"I got no money to buy any, even if I had a way to get around the city to find some."
"So you were looting?"
"It wasn't like that, I tell you."
Willie met George's gaze.
"It was like in that book you were telling me about, the one about that Frenchie, John something."
Jean Valjean? George vaguely remembered talking to Willie about that story once, and had only done so as a cautionary tale about how a man could turn around his life.
"Yeah, that's him. He was stealing bread to feed his sister's children."
"It's good that you love your family," Edith said quietly from behind them. George turned to look at her, but her attention was on their patient. Yes, Jean Valjean did steal food for his sister's children, But he was also caught and put in prison for many years. How did that help her or her children? You could have been killed last night, sir. What would your mother and your sister do then? You went off last night and never returned. They must be sick with worry about you." She rose, graceful despite her obvious fatigue and the rumpled state of her clothes. "And, speaking of food, I need to get busy cooking. The family will rise soon. Since the fire is coming so close, we need to pack for flight today ourselves." Edith swept from the room.
"That your wife?" Willie asked, his voice awed. "You got your hands full with that one, I'll bet. Life with someone like her would never be boring." "I believe you're right, though she's not my wife." "Yet?" George heaved out a breath. "Now let's look at your wound. As soon as my oldest son wakes, I'll see about sending him to check on your family. I believe he's familiar with the house." "Father," Alfred poked his head through the doorway, "Edith told me you needed me to go somewhere." "Efficient, that one,"
Willie muttered, though he sounded relieved. George explained to his son, "I'm not sure how much food we have, but you should take what we can spare." "Miss Edith said it might be better to have me fetch them here." Alfred grinned. "She said she knows how to make a soup that'll fill everyone's bellies for now. Is there anything she doesn't know how to do?"
"She is an amazing woman."
George couldn't keep the wistfulness from his voice, and his son shot him a curious glance.
"You'll need to be quick about it. She's already got plans to pack up in case we have to flee, and I'm sure she'll need you. Us."
"Yes, sir." Alfred straightened and gave his father a crisp salute before turning and leaving the room.
"He's a good son," Willie said. "Yes, and you can be too. You could have died last night."
George was unwrapping the bandages, and the young man winced.
"Have you considered that God's given you a second chance? You have an opportunity to become a different person. San Francisco will be like the phoenix and rise from the ashes. You can do the same."
"I thought Phoenix was a city in Arizona. Are you saying I should move my family there?" Willie winced when George had to remove the bandage and probed around the stitches.
"The phoenix is a mythological creature in a tale from ancient Greece. There are many stories about it, but I prefer the one about how it dies dramatically in flames. It's associated with the sun because it rises new from the ashes it left behind. That's what I believe Miss Edith was talking about when she said you have a chance to start a new life. The only person who can make that a reality is you."
"But I'm poor."
"You must know Abe Lincoln was born in a one-room log cabin. He had to teach himself to read and later trained as a lawyer."
"And became president." Willie's voice had turned less whiny and more thoughtful.
"Of course, he got himself killed, too. That wasn't his doing, though. Are you familiar with Thomas Edison? He invented the light bulb. You've heard of that, I'm sure."
George made sure his voice sounded teasing, and Willie rewarded him with a flat look followed by a grin.
"Did you know he's nearly deaf, and that it happened when he was quite young? He never let it hold him back. He was constantly trying new things and experimenting, but often those went wrong. One time it happened on the first day at a new job, and he got fired. The point I'm making is that neither of those men gave up. You mustn't allow the difficult things which happen in life to defeat you. How old are you, Willie?"
"I'll be 22 in May."
"You have your entire life in front of you. Make it mean something. Your family is counting on you."
George extended a hand.
"Let's see if you can get on your feet. I imagine you'd like to relieve yourself."
Edith glanced up from where she was updating the food inventory. Alfred grinned. "Morning," he said, resting his arm across her shoulders like she was his chum. "Father is sending me after Willie's family." "Does the man have a last name?" I think Father said it was Kendrick. Well, it didn't sound like Mr. Kendrick had much food at his lodgings, but have his family bring whatever is there. Alfred nodded. And extra clothes if he has any. He doesn't look like he has much of anything. Yes, I imagine your mother's old gowns will be a blessing to many women in this city. If the house didn't burn, Carolyn would have liked her belongings being used to help others. Rising from her chair, Edith went to where she sat aside the ingredients to make breakfast. They were out of eggs, but they had plenty of flour, sugar, and leavening. They wouldn't go hungry. I wish I knew how many people you'll be bringing back.
There are 4.
A groan followed the words. Edith spun around and found George, his arm around his patient's waist, in the kitchen doorway. "What on earth are you doing up?" she cried, hurrying over to the 2 men. "Nature calls," the doctor said. "Ah." Edith stepped back. Careful not to look differently at George, she turned to Alfred and found him watching her. He didn't look happy, like he didn't approve of the way she was avoiding his father. She didn't need a youth playing matchmaker. She tried to ignore him and went back to the table with the food she'd been inventorying. "Alfred, if there's no food there, you'd best hurry. They must be hungry." "Yes, ma'am." Sounding hesitant, he glanced out the window toward the privy before looking at her. "What's going on between the 2 of you?" "Nothing." She said the word too fast. "I should head outside to get started on breakfast, so I'll leave it to you to fetch Mr. Kendrick's family. We'll also have to figure out sleeping arrangements in case we don't have to leave here." Edith picked up the cardboard box she'd been using to carry food inside and out. Being outside would give her some distance from George and his too appealing family. It would also allow her to check out the fire status herself. Early yesterday, the winds had shifted, moving the fire away from the Rasmussen home. Later in the day, the flames had changed again and were heading in their direction. Much of Nob Hill was gone now. Depending on the winds, it looked like this area could be next. As the neighbors gathered on the street around their little brick stoves, Edith couldn't help feeling proud at seeing how well so many of them were now doing. Plus, they greeted each other and chatted. Some exchanged food items another might not have, while a few came to her for advice on cooking or suggestions on what to do with the odd arrangement of food items they had left. Despite the party atmosphere, there was an edge to the festivity. The air was oppressively warm, and the breeze carried even more ashes today. It was harder to keep them out of the cooking food. Edith kept a wary eye on the increasing clouds. A storm might send rain, but it might also bring wind to fan the flames even more. Straightening against the ache in her back, she faced the house across the street and met the gaze of the matron of that family. Her people had brought out a large rocking chair for her. As she swayed forward and back, she watched the sky, the worry lines on her face growing. Edith hated to kill the levity, but she wanted to do her best to help these people. Raising her voice to make sure everyone nearby heard it, Edith called out to no one in particular. "I'm cooking extra food this morning, just in case we need it later." Edith put extra emphasis on the last word. "Yes," the old woman called back with a sage nod. "I've instructed my daughter-in-law to do the same." The younger woman nearby wore a put-upon expression. Edith's next words were bound to make her even more unhappy. "We're also gathering our belongings." She shifted her gaze to the nearby street, which ran downhill and gave a direct view of the burning city. "If Nob Hill can burn, so can the homes on this street. We've searched out everything in the house with wheels to help us if we must leave here." She couldn't bring herself to say when, even though her instincts told her it wouldn't be long. "The last thing I want to do is try to outrun the fire." The entire group had gone silent, watching Edith as she spoke. They now shifted their gazes to the elderly woman. "We must only choose important things." she called, her voice loud for someone so old. "Last night my son and I gave much thought to what was important to save. It surprised us how much we have that we truly don't need." Edith would have loved a chance to sit down and talk with this woman, but there wasn't time. Instead, Edith went into a deep curtsy. She then turned back to her stove to get on with her cooking. She hadn't noticed Alfred leave, but that didn't mean he hadn't. The thought made her uneasy. If a dry storm forced them to leave unexpectedly, they should have planned where to meet in case they were separated. Had he been there when they'd talked about Lafayette Park? In the distance came a rumble of thunder, making everyone jump. Would lightning strikes create more fires, coming at them from different directions? Only time would tell. Edith had started cooking when Alfred came out of the front door. "Which direction are you going?" she asked. "That way." The boy nodded his head toward the distant fires, a crease of worry between his brows. Flipping the flatbread, Edith glanced up the street, suddenly feeling cold despite the heat. "Is it very far?" "Only a few blocks." A few blocks closer to the fire. Was it wise to send him alone to fetch 4 people, including 2 children? "I'm rethinking this." "Miss Edith, I'm 16. Alfred growled, his attitude changing from hesitant to outraged adolescent in a flash. "Since I'm the one who brought you into this world, I guess I know that." She took his sleeve. "I'd rather you don't go alone." Chapter 16. George had just gotten Willie settled on a sofa in the parlor when Alfred hurried back into the kitchen. "Is something wrong?" George asked, jumping to his feet. "Miss Edith wants to have a meeting and says I should wait to go until after." Alfred flopped into a chair. "But what about my family?" Willie asked, trying to sit up by himself. "Don't strain yourself." George put a hand on the young man's shoulder. "Alfred, I'll need you to gather the others in here." The boy pulled a face, but rose from the chair and strode from the room. George hurried after his son and stopped him in the hallway. "Did she say what was troubling her?" "She doesn't think I can bring them back alone." Alfred's expression was grim. "The breezes are picking up and the fire looks to be heading our way again." George nodded, and they went in different directions. When he opened the front door, Edith was coming up the steps. He took the box of food from her, and she settled the platter of pancakes more stably in her hands. "It looks bad." "Yes." Edith slid past him and called up the hallway where everyone was gathering. They moved into the parlor where she started handing out food. "I've already blessed the food so everyone can dig in. We're in a hurry." Then she explained about the fire's movement toward them. "I don't believe it's safe for Alfred to go after Willie's family alone. Doctor, you'll be needed here in case anyone was injured last night." Everyone started talking at once, arguing about who should go or who should stay. "No." George practically shouted the word, and everyone went quiet. "Did you hear that?" Maud asked in the sudden silence from where she stood near the front window, trying to calm the fussy baby. "What?" several asked as they jumped to their feet and hurried to join her. They stared out the big bay window. George had to be satisfied with standing in the back of the group. He did a quick scan of the street out front. The only thing which struck him as odd was when the widow from across the street had shifted her shawl to cover her head. Then her daughter-in-law did the same, and both women looked up. "It's rain." Maud's voice cracked on the last word. "Yes," Edith pointed, excitement pulsing through her. "See, it's painting the street." "Oh, please, dear Lord, let it continue," Diana cried. Squeezing past the adults, the 4 children rushed outside. The women followed, leaving George and Willie in the parlor. Raindrops, which had begun slowly, now turned into a familiar San Francisco rainstorm. It could only help fight the fires. George said a silent prayer of gratitude. "You should go out with them to celebrate, Doc. That's what I'd be doing. It'll give you a chance to wash your clothes." Willie gave him a weak grin. "I'm not sure the first of the storm will be raining anything one would wish to wash with." George glanced at the young man. "I must confess, I've never been so grateful before to see the rain. This experience has changed the way I look at things, and I doubt I'm alone. It will create a fresh start for many people." "Your boy was telling me you're moving to Wyoming." Willie was watching him curiously now. "That'll be quite the change for you, going from a big city like San Francisco to a little town in Wyoming." "It's supposed to be my fresh start." "You taking a new wife?" Willie asked, his voice soft, glancing out the window to Edith. George didn't even know how to answer that. Yes, he was now willing to consider the possibility. No, he wouldn't remarry unless it was to Edith. "I've seen how you watch that nurse of yours. You two work well together, and she cares about your kids. Seems like you two would be equally yoked." George must be exhausted because he didn't understand the reference. "What was that?" "It's a favorite saying of both my grandfathers. One used to run a team of haulers all over the Southwest. Ma's father was a preacher. Between the two of them, they were always talking about being equally yoked." Willie's voice turned contemplative, and he sounded older than his years. "The matching of hauling pairs is important to get right, and it takes thought. Otherwise, they get worn out because they're not equally yoked. When Grandpa Dunn talked about it, he meant married folk. He said to be true partners through life, couples have to be equally yoked." George shook his head, considering the young man's words. What a deep conversation. Being equally yoked and fresh starts. "I like the sound of that, Doc. I ain't looking to get yoked with anyone yet, but I could sure use a fresh start." Willie leaned back against his pillow. "You know, I used to work on a ranch." George faced the young man. "When was that?" 4 years ago. We're from out near Lodi. I was happy working there, but Pa got it in his head that we all needed to come and join my sister and her family here. He got a job on the docks with her husband. Last year there was an accident, and they both ended up in the bay. We lost them." Willie's voice had softened, and George could barely make them out. "I never liked living in the big city anyway. Since they've died, I've hated it." It seemed like there was a reason this young man was always getting into trouble. "Would your family mind terribly if you moved back to Lodi?" Willie, who'd been staring off into the distance, shifted his gaze to meet George's and said, "I was thinking about Wyoming and your new start. Maybe there could be a new start for some other folks." "You'll want to do your research. Cattle are cattle, but Wyoming winters are bitter cold compared to the mild ones in California." "True that, but Ma's originally from Colorado, so she knows all about cold weather." Willie gave a dark chuckle. "And just so you know, there are different kinds of cattle." A squeal outside brought George's attention back to the window. Maud, who'd been standing on the porch with her baby while the others played in the rain, practically danced, the infant now wailing. Charles was crossing the street toward the house. She must be dying to get to him. George rushed out the door and reached for the infant. "Go to him." Maud gently placed the infant in his arms before picking up her skirts and stiffly making her way down the steps. Her husband had reached her, and they threw their arms around each other. Oddly emotional at the sight, George shifted his attention to Edith, who had her arm around Lillian. Edith was also watching the couple, her soaked hair tumbling from her bun, the soiled dress and apron clinging to her. She glanced his direction, and the longing in her eyes made his heart twist. She looked away.
"Where's James?"
George called. "Charles said he had to stay, but he'll join us when he can," Diana, her voice tight, said from where she'd been standing near the couple. She pulled JJ to her. The rain had cooled the air, and even George gave a shiver. Everyone should come inside. He needed to search out some towels. George entered the house. He paused outside the parlor, glancing between it and the stairs. He didn't know how he could carry enough and safeguard the child, too.
"What's bothering you, Doc?"
Willie asked.
"I need to fetch towels for all of them. I've helped with my sisters, if you trust me. You could set the little one on that big cushion on the floor. If something happens, I can give a shout."
Willie raised his right hand.
"On my honor, Doc." "I won't be long."
George settled the now sleeping baby as Willie had suggested and dashed up the stairs. Listening as he worked, George gathered all he could carry and hurried back down. The rain continued to pound, and the revelers had shifted to the house's wide front porch.
"All right, everyone," George called. "Let's get you as dry as possible. I don't wish to have to explain to my father-in-law about water damage to a house which survived both an earthquake and the Great San Francisco Fire."
It seemed Charles had brought word that he'd sent a telegram to Abe and had asked that he notify the families. Alfred had already taken off with news about Willie's condition and an invitation for his family to join them. Edith stood in the middle of the kitchen, sorting through the discarded wet clothes. While Diana changed into something dry, Stanley was trying to help JJ untie his wet shoelaces. It'd be a mess to wash all these, but it felt wonderful to be almost clean again. "You've done a magnificent job these last few days watching out for this little guy," Edith told the older boy. "Your mother would have been proud of you." "You've said that before." Stanley straightened and met her gaze. "Do you think Mother can see us from heaven?" "Yes, I do." A lump formed in Edith's throat. How it must have broken Caroline's heart to know she'd be leaving them all. "So she knows you finally found us?" "I don't understand." "I used to sit with her. When she had the strength, she'd help me with my letters. She told me once how much she wished you were here. She said you'd take care of us, especially Father." Edith stared at the boy, her emotions a jumbled mess. Caroline had thought of Edith as she was dying. "Come, JJ," Diana called, wearing a dry dress, her hair flat and wet. "Let's get you into some warm, dry clothes. Thank you, Stanley." She wrapped a towel around the little boy so he looked like a mummy, lifted him into her arms, and left the kitchen. Edith moved to follow them, but Stanley took her hand. "Please, Miss Edith." Slowly turning to face the boy, it struck her again how his appearance was a blending of both his parents. In so many ways, Caroline still lived in her children. Edith's emotions were already running high, and she had to blink rapidly to keep from crying. "Yes?" she asked, her voice tight. Clomping feet outside drew their attention, and Alfred walked past the window. Edith grabbed a dry blanket while Stanley rushed to open the back door. "You poor thing," she cried. "You must be freezing. Did you find them?" "I did." Alfred threw off the dripping poncho, and Edith draped the blanket over his shoulders. "They send their gratitude and will come once it stops raining. I'll see if I can find you some dry clothes." "No, Miss Edith, listen to me." Sweet little Stanley seemed to have lost his patience and stomped his foot. Edith exchanged a surprised glance with Alfred, who shrugged. "Mother told me she wanted Father to get married again," Stanley said, his voice almost desperate now. "She said she wished it could be to you." "She did," Alfred nodded. That's what I was trying to say to you earlier. I overheard Mother praying one night for God to send you to us because we needed you. A lump in Edith's throat had grown so large she could barely swallow. She tried to speak, but had to clear her throat before anything would come out. Are you sure you didn't misunderstand? Both young men nodded. Mother told me she wanted Father to love again. Lillian appeared at Edith's side and clasped her hand. See, Stanley said, taking Edith's other hand. Mother prayed for you to come, and you're here. Do you think you could come to care for us? Lillian asked. I already do. Edith started to cry then and pulled the 3 children to her. George didn't know why Edith and his children were clinging to each other, but his heart about burst from his chest at the image before him. Following a prompting, he stepped forward to wrap his arms around the 4 of them, wet though they all were. Giggling, Lily and Stanley squeezed closer to Edith, who looked up and met George's gaze. She didn't flinch this time, the previous evasion gone. What had changed? Not that he intended to complain. It must have been something his children had said. All right, George stepped back but stayed close to Edith. You 3 should get into dry clothing. We have much to celebrate. Alfred and Stanley ran out of the kitchen, but Lillian gave Edith a quick hug before following her brothers. George picked up the blanket Edith had dropped and slowly draped it over her shoulders. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable with my forward behavior, my sweet Edith. He brushed aside a stray strand of hair. I should have done it more correctly and approached your brother upon our arrival in Lilac City. Circumstances made me forget myself, but I want you to know it's my intent to court you, if you're agreeable to that. Edith closed her eyes and listened. A sweet peace filled her, and she could almost imagine Caroline's joyful laugh. I am, Edith whispered. George cupped her cheek and leaned closer. I'll ask your brother as soon as we arrive in Lilac City. It's a new century, and I've been a grown woman for a long time now. We don't need my brother's permission. I like that, he whispered before pressing his lips to hers. Epilogue. Edith glanced at her reflection in the mirror for about the 100th time. It'd been a long 5 weeks before the Rasmussens had finally arrived in Lilac City. He'd ended up hiring Willie and his family to help with the move across the country. Mrs. Kendrick had been so efficient, George had asked her to stay on as his housekeeper. After the tales Edith and the Merricks had brought back with them about the disaster, nearly everyone in the town had come out to welcome George and his family. Maud and Edith had worked with the Ladies' Improvement Society to identify likely homes for the family to live in temporarily. George, however, had accepted the offer by Luke Hamblin, Maud's brother, to stay at the Lucky L Ranch while the Rasmussens became better acquainted with the area. Luke had even offered a job to Willie on the ranch.
Edith, are you ever going to come down?
Abe shouted as he banged on the wall. I'm coming. Irritated, she made sure she had her reticule and stepped from her bedroom. Her brother was watching her so closely. She paused and waited for him to say something. Edith thought he'd make a teasing comment. Instead, he coughed.
I'm going to miss you,
he said, his voice rough. Now, don't you go making me cry about nothing. I'm only going for a buggy ride. She kissed his cheek, blinking against the tears in her eyes.
There's only one thing keeping George Rasmussen from asking you to marry him, and that's not having a house for you to come to. I've heard he's already had plans drawn up.
Abe shoved his hands in his pockets.
I've talked to the mayor and Reverend Pierce. They've all agreed it's time for another house raising. Instead of the dance this month, we'll raise the house during the day and have another basket auction."
Edith's palms had grown moist. George had hinted that he intended to ask for her hand as soon as he could move out of the Lucky L. It only taken Charles and Maud a week to move into their home after a similar build. Edith's heart gave a leap. When she'd been young, she'd dreamed of a June wedding. The sound of horses pulling up outside the little house had her rushing to the window. George looked so dashing in his suit, and he carried a bouquet of spring wildflowers as he stepped down. Abe beat her to the door and opened it.
"You know the rules, Doc."
"Yes, I do, Sheriff." George took off his bowler and bowed to Edith before offering her the flowers. "Do you mind putting these in water, Abe?" She handed them off to her sputtering brother and took George's arm. They had to take advantage of any time they could, since they never knew when someone might have an emergency.
"I've got wonderful news,"
George said once they'd pulled away from the house, fairly buzzing with excitement, and proceeded to tell Edith about the house raising. It irked her a little that her brother had stolen George's thunder, so she made sure she didn't let him know she'd already heard. She put all the happiness she truly felt for him into her responses. He pulled the horses to a stop on a little rise overlooking the property he'd purchased. It was a lovely spot, situated close enough to town to be handy, but also centered in an area surrounded by farms and small ranches where he was often called to tend the sick or injured. Stanley popped his head up from the tall grass ahead, while Alfred and Lillian stepped out from a stand of trees nearby. That was when Edith noticed the blanket spread out. "Oh, a picnic!" Edith cried. "What a lovely idea!" George had handed the reins to Alfred. He tied them to a branch while George hurried over to help her from the carriage. With her at his side, he turned and faced his children, who had lined up before them.
"Edith, do you know what it means about the house raising?"
George asked. The boys grinned, and Lillian made small clapping motions with her hands, looking like she wanted to squeal with happiness. Barely able to breathe, her hands shaking a little, Edith glanced at George. As soon as their gazes met, he dropped to one knee. Her breath caught, and Lillian did squeal then. He lifted Edith's left hand.
"I thank the Lord every day that He's brought us back together again, Edith. I've fallen deeply in love with you and want to spend the rest of my life with you. Children, what think you?"
"Yes!" Alfred and Stanley called, and Lillian cried, "Say yes, Miss Edith, please say yes." For nearly 40 years, Edith had held a dream close to her heart of having a family of her own. She decided it was a fantasy and given up on it. She looked at each of Caroline's children and then into George's beautiful hazel eyes. "Oh, George, I love you too. I love all of you. So, yes." She pulled him to his feet while the children cheered and slid her arms around his neck and kissed him. Abe was happy for his sister. He liked and respected Dr. George, as the town folks were calling him. It'd be fun to be called Uncle, something he'd given up on when Edith had spurned the few attempts made by cowhands for her attention. It was good she'd finally found someone worthy of her. Glancing around his small house, Abe let out a long breath. It looked a lot different than it had 5 years ago when his sister had moved in. She'd made it a home, something he doubted he'd have the heart to keep up once she was gone. Outside, Mrs. Kendrick drove by in George's second buggy, without the doctor's children. That must mean she'd dropped them off somewhere. Now that was one fine-looking woman, and she was fitting in with the folks of Lilac City just fine. Willie had mentioned once that his mother was originally from Colorado. Maybe she was more at home here than some place like San Francisco. His gaze followed her until she drove past the hotel, where Edgar Lowell burst out of its doors. He headed directly toward Abe's house. As the town prosecutor, the two men had teamed together often, and Abe had come to respect the younger man. There was more to him than the dandy he'd pretended to be when he'd first arrived last year. It didn't hurt that they actually worked on the same side of an issue. What was up now? Abe checked his gun, grabbed his hat, and stepped out the door. Might as well meet this one head on. Lowell didn't even wait to reach the house. "This is just wrong, Sheriff. Wrong," Edgar cried indignantly. "What?" "It's Lonzo. Old man Cogburn said he took advantage of his daughter, Ida." Abe blinked. No man in his right mind would make inappropriate advances on that girl. She wasn't bad-looking, but she had as mean a disposition as her pa did, and could flay a man alive with her tongue. Besides, it didn't sound like Lonzo at all. But what could Cogburn hope to gain by making an accusation like that? "No one will believe him," Abe said. "He's insisting Lonzo has to marry Ida and make an honest woman of her." Edgar paused to catch his breath. "I guess he refused. And Cogburn beat him up. Doc Weston's with Lonzo now." Cogburn was a bull of a man, about 10 years younger than Abe, but still wrestling steers. Anyone who'd felt the knuckle end of the man's fist knew he'd been hit. "How bad is Lonzo hurt?" "Might have a broken jaw." "Like Lonzo doesn't already have a hard time talking?" "I want Cogburn arrested for assault, Sheriff. He's getting out of hand. This is the 3rd time in a month he's punched someone." "Since I doubt Lonzo's talking, did anyone else see Cogburn do it?" "Just Ida." Abe sighed. The woman would never testify against her father. "Let's go talk to folks." As the two men headed back toward the hotel, Mrs. Kendrick drove back up the road. She met Abe's gaze, and something warm and a little thrilling filled his belly. His concern for Lonzo eased a little, and Abe cracked a smile.
Thank you for listening to An Equal for Edith. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to know when new audiobooks or other fun videos are available.
This has been An Equal for Edith, Lilac City novella series, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Copyright 2021 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.